Hello, everyone. Welcome to LOCKBEARD Random Live number 89. Saw it coming. It's August 12th, 2022. Friday. Normally, I wouldn't be trying to do a random live on a Friday, but I guess Satch and Pat aren't on tonight. There's some other options for paranormal related stuff, but I think a lot of people that are Bigfoot interested don't care about like the alien stuff so much or the ghost stuff so much. Or I don't know, maybe they just want to hear me talk about random shit. The thumbnail is well, does anybody know what show that is? See who's in the chat. Nikki's here first. She says Mr. Lee is here. Mr. Lee was emailing me about going live tonight. So Donald was messaging me, so I don't know if he realizes we're on or not. I'm sure he'll figure it out if he doesn't. Angel Nolan, I think that's out of you already. Barb Santi. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. Welcome. Sandra Piper, welcome. Nikki says, I had an idea of maybe doing a late night, not sure. Well, if you decide to do one, just let us know, and we will certainly stop when you're ready to start. I don't know. I'm not really trying to do 4 hour live streams. They just kind of been happening. I'm usually shooting for 2 hours, but whatever. Chessboard's here. Welcome. Jay's here. Welcome. Oh, you emailed Donald? Yeah, he put a message under one of my videos. I think he figured out. I'm not really good about checking my other email account that you haven't been using. So I'm looking at it right now. Yeah. So let's see who else is here. Mr. Lee and Knucklehead, says Jay. Jay says, too many people. Howdy, everybody. Welcome. Anybody know what show the thumbnail pictures are from? What it's talking about? Barb's your neighbor almost. See if I can pull up the clip. There's Michael Haywood. Where's Brandy? Brandy probably knows what that is. Barb says, yep, you, me, and Stevie have got to get together. Mr. Lee says, Brandy would know it. Yeah, Brandy would know it. Raptor knows it. Raptor knows it right there. It's from the Orville. And, yeah. Mark Dobbins here. Good day, all, he says. There's There's Satch. He says, hello. Sorry I've not been around these chats so much lately, but I am still dealing with a lot of exhaustion, so it's hard for me to hang in. Thanks for your well wishes. Hope you are all well. Yeah, get better. Get better, man. Get better. So, Lieutenant Lamar in the show Orville, I was wondering, because this had to happen. It had to happen. When dealing with Isaac, with him not fully grasping, you know, what it means to be human. Not he doesn't really understand. He doesn't understand emotions. He, like the time when Malloy put Mr. Potato Head pieces all over Isaac's face, and as a practical joke, and Isaac didn't quite understand. He was trying to teach Isaac practical jokes. He said, so now you get me, you got to think of something really good. So what Isaac did was he sedated him in his sleep and cut off his leg. So, you just got to be really careful to make sure Isaac understands the precisely what you mean, because he gets it wrong. And Lamar has been giving him relationship advice, and he shouldn't have done it. He shouldn't have done it. B. Lynn's here. Welcome. Molly's doing well. Yeah, I hope Molly's doing well. Molly's starting to feel better. Or you hope that they are. Yeah, we all hope they are. Mr. Lee, do we want to get into that? We what I had seen leading up to this has been so damn ridiculous. I have no desire to see the trailer. I guess we could watch it here in a little bit, but I'm sure as fuck not going to go see the movie. They've ruined the MCU. It's done. It's over. It ended. Endgame was even no good. I'm starting to think when you name your movie or your episode of your show Endgame, yeah, you're about to jack up the entire thing. Same thing for Star Trek Voyager, the final episode Endgame. Just ridiculous. It was completely ridiculous. It doesn't even. We don't even want to get into that. I think we talked about that before. But maybe we can pull up She-Hulk trailer. See if we can get a copyright strike for a fucking trailer. They're not supposed to do it. You're supposed to be able to watch a trailer. Nikki says, I have no idea what you're talking about. Well, Seth MacFarlane, maker of the fine viewing experience of Family Guy, he has made this show kind of in the style of Star Trek, but a little more comedy to it, called The Orville. And they're in the third season now. And they have a character who is a robot. He's from a planet of all robots, and his name is Isaac. And he's in a relationship with the doctor. Somehow they're making it work. She's human, And so anyway, well, let's watch this clip. Let's watch this clip, and it might give you an idea. Dr. Finn is about to come up those steps. I'm going to skip ahead 5 seconds to get the time down, but she's about to have a few words with Lieutenant John Lamar, and it pretty much explains the situation.
Hey, what's up, Doc? What are you doing down here?
You and I need to have a chat.
About what?
My soon-to-be husband is very impressionable. I assume someone as smart as you would have deduced that by observation, but apparently not.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's not the first time it's happened. If you recall, I had to see Isaac in ragged underwear because of more guidance you gave him.
Right, but I didn't tell him that.
Not interested. If you ever again give Isaac a single tidbit of personal advice, even if it's about what cologne to use, I will come down here and I will eat your little punk ass for breakfast with a glass of grapefruit juice. You got me?
Yep, I got you.
Good.
The hell are y'all looking at?
I forgot about possible echo. I don't know if I've figured out why I get echo. Hopefully it didn't happen. Long day listening, put feet up. This is B-Land. Jay Fritz says, I think someone needs a foot rub. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, good videos of the bees and turtles and snakes. Very interesting. Some more. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Fish in. Chessboard, that is good. Says Michael. Mr. Lee says, she mean. Sound like my girlfriend this morning. Oh, no, she's not mean. It's just that Lamar has been asking for it for quite some time. And it's just he should have figured out that he was going to piss her off, because Isaac doesn't know, like, he's a robot. He doesn't really understand, so when Lamar's giving him this ridiculous relationship advice, and I think Lamar actually believes he's like giving good advice, but probably not for most people, and certainly not for Isaac. And so, yeah, was just waiting for it had to happen. Sooner or later, she was going to jump down his throat, and it finally happened. Not too bad. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how I can prevent the echo other than muting myself, but it's difficult because I have to jump back and forth through tabs, and it's a mess. Mr. Lee says, Raptor crazy, where in America are you? Raptor says, I'm a hillbilly. What do you think? Yeah, that covers a lot of territory, Raptor. Got hillbillies in a lot of places. So you could be in Oklahoma, North Carolina, a lot of places. In Arkansas, Mr. Lee says. I don't know. I'm not buying it. Raptor seems to not. Raptor, I don't know where you're from or what the deal is or why. Like, you seem to, like, the way you express things in words is off somehow. Like there's some misunderstanding caused by a language barrier. Like English is not your first language. If English is your first language, I'm going to be surprised as hell. But because the misunderstandings, they're ongoing, and then the way you come across a little grating on people, like you're attacking people, and then but I don't. I get the feeling you don't necessarily mean to come across like that. Like you're questioning, but you're not on attack. But that's not the way it sounds to most people. So, you know, I I just don't feel like English is your first language. It's not a bad thing. Maybe we just need to figure out how to how to communicate effectively. Mr. Lee, three guesses. I think he's in Southeast Asia somewhere, Mr. Lee. That's two, no. West Virginia. There's Timmy Boy. What's up, Timmy Boy? About time he got here, you wait too long, and Mr. Lee's going to tell you that you missed everything.
Oh, level out, come on!
Satch says he's a New York hillbilly. What hills you from? What hills you from? Hey, you know what that just reminded me of? You remember a comedian? And I'm forgetting his name now. He was a Mexican comedian. Gosh, I forget his name right now. Anyway, he was talking to people in the audience, and this very northern European descending looking person steps up and he talks to him. Dang, I can't remember this comedian's name. Anyway, he has a tattoo on his arm. This guy in the audience does, and the comedian asks him, what's that tattoo about? What kind of tattoo is that? And the white guy says, it's a tribal tattoo. And the comedian says, oh, really? Well, what tribe you from? Ozarks. Ain't no Ozarks. It's talk to text on the phone. Are you sure? I mean, I've seen talk to text mistakes, but and if it is, man, you gotta look. Everybody using talk to text, proofread every single message. Don't just talk into it and hit send. Don't do it. Don't do it. Nobody knows what you're saying half the time. It's all jumbled up. It's a mess. Sometimes you'll say screwed up shit. Like someone the other day said, like I don't remember what they were trying to say, but they ended up the talk to text put in the word breast. Tracy Ben is here. She says, I have hillbilly blood. My dad's kinfolk are from West Virginia. Donald, where are you, knucklehead? Oh, he'll get here. Team Boy says, Hollywood, Mr. Lee, chessboard angel, what's up? Raptor says, I like everyone, but there are times when I correct things with talk to text and it changes it anyway. Yeah, but you can edit it though. That mom says, no worries. Raptor, Lockie had to go to college for 15 years to learn how to communicate normal. What the fuck? Damn, right out the gate. That mom rolling in here giving me hell. Carlos Mencia, yeah, that's the guy. That's the guy. Nikki says, Fluffy George Lopez. No, it wasn't George. It wasn't Fluffy. It wasn't Fluffy or George Lopez. It was Carlos Mencia. But Fluffy was funny. Doom! Mr. Lee says, rep crazy you on your phone then. Yeah. I don't know how you guys do this shit on the phone. It's like eating a plate of rice with a toothpick. Raptor says, yes, I told you guys that year and a half ago. Well, yeah, but geez, man. Batmo says, I didn't get the joke. Was the joke done? Well, yeah. Yeah, it was done. Yeah, what tribe is he from? Well, he's got a tribal tattoo on. What tribe is he from? It was just one of those things that people do because they think it's cool, and it, you know, a lot of other people look at it and like, what the fuck is this? No, not Gabriel Iglesias. Carlos Mencia. Carlos Mencia. Bamo says hi, everybody. It's okay. I don't judge, Lucky. Oh my gosh. Mr. Lee says it's hot, hot, hot here, almost 25C. Mr. Lee, we in America don't know what 25C means. Oh, Batmus is always on my phone. Wish I could blame it on that on my drunk, but not really drunk sentences. Gets smaller. What is that, like 98? Oh, I don't feel like figuring it out right now, Mr. Lee. His racist gift basket. Yeah. None nuts. Raptor says, okay, Mr. Lee, you have one more guess. He's never going to guess it that way. I'll find here. Double D. You know, sometimes the dang. Wish I'd already had this up, but I didn't. Hold on a second. Might have it. This might be it. Hold on. Mr. Lee says Louisiana can be a curse. Mr. Lee, third guess, no. Shoulder problems. Raptor is a river rat, Mr. Lee.
What is the proper method of terminating a couplet? You want to break up with her? There is no need for further association at this time. Analysis of the data I have accumulated will be sufficient. Well, she's probably going to be really upset. It is not my intention to distress Dr. Finn. I merely wish to conclude the experiment. I can tell you what I do. When I'm in it with the girl and I want out, but I don't want to make her feel bad, I get her to break up with me. Please elaborate. You just have to make yourself really unappealing, so she doesn't want to be with you anymore. That way you end it, but nobody gets hurt. At least not as much.
I see.
How would you suggest I proceed in this endeavor? You are home. It is about time.
Isaac, what are you doing?
I am awaiting my dinner. This has caused me to become displeased.
You don't eat. And what the hell are you wearing? Is that underwear?
Affirmative.
I thought we were going out tonight. I was looking forward to trying that butter cake at Whiskas.
The last thing you need is more dessert.
Excuse me?
As I am incapable of stuttering, I must conclude that you heard me.
Hopefully that echo wasn't too bad. We got it. Did you see Facebook? I haven't. I have not. Well, no. There were some message like within the last day. I've seen some messages from. I think a couple of days ago. I'm not really good about getting on that Facebook stuff, but is there a particular thing that you wanted to address, or Jay says back from dinner, leftover brined pork chops, yams, pinto beans, and cornbread. Hello, Uncle Bones. Welcome to the chat. So that scene there happened before, like, I don't know, was it season 2? So, you know, Lamar's been messing up in that regard for a while. Yeah. I love the wife beater. Yeah. Last thing you need is another piece of cake. Oh, shit. Surprised you didn't get on Lamar then. See, what he should be doing is, like, why didn't he stop and try to figure out? I don't know. He needed to figure out something. If she didn't fully understand that he was just performing an experiment at that time, of course, in the long run, it didn't turn out that way, right? It ended up being a real relationship. But he really should have. He should have referred it to somebody more qualified to address the situation. He just needed to just walk away. Team Boy says, Mr. Let's get a map out, Raptor. Man, this light is killing me here. We'll have to be a little dark. I can't. It's crazy. Mr. Lee says, I just Googled Hillbilly River Rat. Tennessee came up. Yeah. Robot and a wife beater t-shirt. Seen it all now. Have you not been watching the Orville? Like South Park, or I'm sorry, not South Park, but Star Trek is goddamn ruined. Completely just a disaster. They doing it on purpose. They keep putting all their identity politics bullshit in there and just not writing good stories. And fuck continuity. They completely fucked continuity. They've taken the stories in directions they just should not fucking go. They don't understand Star Trek at all. You know, I mean, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. So anyway, so there's a lot of people out there like, damn, we got Star Trek back. It's the Orville now, and it's got more goofy comedy stuff to it, but Trekkies, a lot of Trekkies are liking this now because we're like, fuck you guys. You guys, the people in control of Star Trek, are purposely flipping us off. The fans, they're fucking it up on purpose. Because they, son of a bitch. So yeah, I mean, you might want to check out the Orville. You might like it if you're a sci-fi person. If you like Star Trek or used to like Star Trek. Batman says, honestly, I just remember writing you, but don't remember what it was about. Western New York. Good to see you. Donald, you missed everything, says Mr. Lee. Welcome to the chat, Jen. Trying to catch up in this chat. Starting to roll now. Donald can't handle missing everything. He's going to lose it. Mr. Lee says, the Raptor, you gone quiet. I got it right. You a Tennessee man, I bet. Nah, he's fucking, he's like a Filipino or some shit. Guaranteed. Satch says, Bat Mom, you are as gracious as you are beautiful. That's out of context, but I just always wanted to say something like that. 80 rain for 45 minutes. Mr. Lee says, make it so, Lockbeard. Jen says the new one works well as the Avatar. Cool. I'm not sure what you're referring to there. Jay says, why they make those wife beater t-shirts for skinny guys and potbelly guys like me like wearing them too. So sweet. Chessboard says to Satch, Molly looking up iron skillets now. Not gracious. Smooth Joe, smooth, says Donald. Mr. Hughes here, welcome. Says hi, Lockbeard. Sandra says she agrees with Joe. Cool. Yeah. So, I don't know. It sounds like a lot of y'all aren't familiar with the TV show, The Orville. If you liked or used to like the, Star Trek, Next Generation, DS9, Voyager, those series, you might like the Orville. If you like Seth MacFarlane, you might like the Orville. It's like Star Trek, but more comedic a lot of the time. Although sometimes it gets downright serious, but I need to try to find one more thing from the show. The Bortus character is funny as hell. So they're the Mocklins are in the show The Orville. They're a race of people who they don't like. If a female baby is born, they give it reassignment surgery and turn it to a male. because they really don't like females. And so everyone's a gay couple, right? They do have couples, and somehow they lay eggs. Bortus laid an egg, they had a baby, and it turned out female, and they end up giving the baby reassignment surgery by force because Bortus he didn't want to do it. He didn't feel right about doing it, but his mate Clyden who turned out Clyden was born female too and got reassignment surgery and wanted their baby to get reassignment surgery too. And end up in this conflict in their marriage, and Clyden tried to divorce Bortus. Now you're gonna have to watch the show to see how a Moclan divorce takes place. But anyway, this scene is where they have to go back to Moclus because Bortus has got to piss. Moclan's only piss once a year, and it's like a big ceremony. Their family and friends gather and for the ceremony.
Sight of those who stand with me, and those for whom I would sacrifice my being. I begin the release. Kalasha, Memek, Godlas, Fecto, Roshas,
What is this from? It got tacked into this video. Looks familiar. No idea.
Okay, here's a better example, Isaac. Have you ever heard of a practical joke? I am unfamiliar with the term. Okay, well, I'm going to show you.
It's almost 1800 hours. Let me go get ready.
Okay, I'll see you there.
Oh, wait, Captain. You mind sticking around for a few minutes?
Why, what for?
I think everyone's going to want to see this.
See what?
Is there some reason I am the central focus of everyone's attention?
Well, you look happier than usual.
Happiness is not possible for an artificial life form.
You have a face.
I do not understand.
Isaac, are you aware that you have Mr. Potato Head pieces all over you?
I got you, man. I totally got you. See, that's a practical joke. Wait, you put that stuff on?
Well, he was recharging.
How the hell can you even see what all of that stuff is? I detect environmental stimuli with internal sensors. My eyes are purely aesthetic. Evidently, my sensors did not classify these Mr. Potato Head pieces as a threat.
Okay. So now it's your turn. Okay, you gotta get me, and you gotta be creative. You gotta do it when I least expect it.
And this is humor.
Yes.
I must admit, it is quite challenging. However, I will do my best.
All right. I'm up.
How far are we from the consortium base?
About 2 hours.
Keep forward scanners at maximum.
Kelly, what are you looking for?
I don't know. Trouble?
Isaac! What the hell?
What happened to your leg?
He amputated it while I was sleeping.
Ha ha. Got you.
What?
I have retaliated. That is my practical joke.
This isn't a joke, you psychopath. You dismembered me.
I am confused. You said to be creative, and you said to do it when you least expected it. I have adhered to both directives.
Isaac, you anesthetized him in his sleep?
Of course, Commander. It would not do to have him awakened during the procedure.
Where the hell is it?
If you are referring to your leg, I have hidden it. Given its importance to you, it seemed the most humorous course of action.
Son of a bitch.
Easier just to have Dr. Finn regenerated. Alara, take him to sick bay.
Come on.
You're sick, dude. I mean it.
Isn't Isaac so much more fun than Data was? Wife knows I'm completely harmless and devoted to her. Never was a track fan? Blasphemy. Star Wars. Jen says, I redid the Rasa drawing. That's what I was referring to. Joe's avatar. Oh, okay. Uncle Bone says, Lockbeard Orville's a great show. I like the strong little chick security officer. Yeah, man, they got rid of her. And like in the last, at the very end of the third season, I guess they had her come back brief, for an appearance, but yeah, not that Orville. Not a Star Wars fan either. Man, the double blasphemy. You have to pick a team. Not picking a team is worse than picking either one, right? That's how the Democrats and Republicans operate. What do you like then? Donald says, Locke, you started watching Red Dwarf? No. What little I saw that, I wasn't interested in that. Jay says, Mr. Lee, are hobbits small, big feats, but with better language skills? Mr. Lee says, Jay Fritz, you just described yourself. Don't watch many movies anymore. Don't have a clue what these youngsters watch. Mr. Lee says, Tracy, you watch Lockbeard, though. Good enough. I guess. See someone tried to do in the Salmon. What are you talking about, Mr. Hugh? Austin Powers. No common sense. Mr. Lee says, where is Mr. Pat at anyhow? He don't do shows no more, or what? I mean, he was a guest on the Riddle or Rydell or whatever, however you pronounce it, show, and then he did a short video on his channel kind of talking about like he wasn't, I guess he's not feeling up to doing shows. So I don't know. For those that would like to see him come back, I mean, I would suggest if you could maybe, if you know someone that would make a good guest on his show, hook up, put them together, and maybe he'll do a live stream. I think he's having a hard time finding guests. Mr. Hughes says, how you doing, Mr. Haywood? How's Billy life treating you? Putting your hands in warm water. That sound is like putting your hands in warm water. Don't know either. Phone call. Not Tennessee, it's Kentucky. Joe says that scene was from when they brought Austin Powers out. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. That's why I don't really remember it, because I didn't care for Austin Powers. It was just too stupid. Donald says, Mr. Lee, when we starting our show? Well, Mr. Lee ain't going on any shows at all, ever, I don't think. Just for Sender, I had cable TV disconnected about 10 years ago. Yeah, you're better off. Next year. Spy shagged me. Mr. Lee says, that looks like a really uncomfortable bad. Just saying, no wonder he's screaming. Yeah, took his leg off. What he needs is Jay Fritz, bad boy chair. Sanchez, whichever the first one was, Uncle Bones. Donald says, Mr. Lee, I was thinking before then, so we can raise funding for the research on the Rimmer documentary Locke and you and I are planning. Are we really planning that? I mean, I'm definitely interested in it, but there's there's problems in the way. I mean, one, there's just got to be some goddamn money. There just has to be. I can't fund it. And where are we going to get this money, right? Because otherwise, we're just going to drive up there, look around, and drive back. I mean, there's not going to be really, there's not going to be enough time to spend. Like, everybody's got to fucking work. There's just no goddamn way. And then two, it sounds like we're not going to get the exact location, and we need the exact location. If we are to see and try to figure out what it was that really happened there, we need the goddamn location. And I think if we really put our minds to it, we might be able to figure out where it's at. But there's some problems there. It's probably a lost cause, and then unfortunately, what's going to happen is there's going to be doubt. There's going to be people that doubt what they think they saw, and this is going to end up. It may create contention, is what it may do. And there's just no way around it. I can't see any way around it. Look, this is my position on any kind of experience anyone has. If you experience something, you must subject it to scrutiny. It must be analyzed. It must have fresh eyes on it. Otherwise, it just adds to the pile of stories out there. And stories are just stories. And, because people for years, they always say, I know what I saw, I know what I saw, I know what I saw. I've seen this over and over and over again. And then so often you go and when you do figure out, when you do get a chance to see what they didn't see what they thought they saw. But very seldom do you get the chance to actually, chase down and kind of figure out what they actually saw. And then people get mad because you just, I guess they feel like they look like a fool or something because they got fooled by something. And I'm not saying that's the case here. I don't know exactly what the case is here. I'm just saying we can't figure out anything if we can't go to that site and look at it with fresh eyes, because look, they were there after an extremely long, mind-numbing ride. They were very tired. They had changed elevation by about 7,000 feet. They were in no position to properly analyze, or no condition to properly analyze anything at that point. So there needs to be fresh eyes of people that are not exhausted, basically, and you can get a different perspective. And it just sounds like we're just not gonna be able to do that. So this gets relegated over here to the stories. Stories that can't be analyzed, that can't be investigated, because the problem is time is of the essence. Time is of the essence. There are some elements of the situation there that could change as time goes on. So we really needed someone there, last week. That's when we needed someone to properly investigate this. We're not going to be able to. We're not going to be able to. So, we might as well scrap it. And it's unfortunate because it sounds like some perspectives have been changed on what reality is. And there is, whether some people believe it or not, there is a possibility that change in perspective can be undone if the proper investigation is done and we actually are able to figure out what's happened there, and it turns out to be something different than what they thought they experienced. Now, I hope nobody's going to get pissed off about this. I'm just saying it's possible things aren't exactly what they seemed. And and the reason why this is bugging me so much is this has been an issue the whole time for the cryptid community, for the paranormal community. It's been the issue the whole time, where we have not been we've not been able to properly analyze stuff. And whenever we try, a lot of times there's people stopping us. They set up things, or they set up the story, with like the Dr. Matthew Johnson thing, right? Where when Carrie started asking him, "Can I come out there and see this portal?" and Dr. Johnson immediately started saying, "Well, if you come out there and your mind's closed to it, you're not going to see anything." Well, he's already setting up his narrative to explain why when Carrie gets out there, he's not going to see anything. How goddamn convenient. Matthew Johnson can fuck all the way off. He was bullshitting us. People who are not bullshitting us are the ones that I'm really interested in actually seeing, because we can go out there, we can tell, we know Matthew Johnson's full of goddamn shit, but people that could be mistaken, or maybe they did see exactly what they may not know what they saw, but they saw something weird. But we're not going to fucking know if we can't investigate the situation. We're not going to know for a fact. Now, if there's some weird things out there, I want to fucking see them, and I want to see if I can find a way to collect evidence of them and bring it out and show everyone that's doubting this story that there's something goddamn happened out there. But I can't fucking do it. My hands are tied. One, because there's no funding, and two, because I don't know the exact location. The best I could do if I go out there is wander the whole territory out there and camp out at specific sites. That I was looking around, it looked like there might be some good possibilities way off on the main roads, and see what the woods provide for us at the night. But yeah, there's so often there's just people that don't want to tell you locations. They don't, and that creates doubt, right? If you tell someone you're not going to tell them a location, now you're going to have people out here that are going to be like, well, you're not telling us location because your story isn't true. Now, I'm not saying that's what I'm thinking. I'm just saying that's what people are thinking. Some people are thinking this. And so, I don't want to attack people. I'm not attacking people. I'm just saying it is in your best interest to have it investigated, because either something really weird did happen, and maybe we'll find something that will prove what you saw to other people, and it will help humanity. It will build our knowledge of these cryptids, of these entities. Or we'll find out maybe it's something mundane, and that benefits you too, because it helps you realize that what kind of situations you can be tricked by. So, because there's some people that they've been tricked, and that's they should not be ashamed of that. People get tricked all the time. Very intelligent people can be tricked. Scam artists are that they got a PhD in scamming people, and just because someone is very intelligent doesn't mean that they know shit about avoiding scams. But it happens all the time. So, man, I don't know, planning. I'm not really planning anything right now. If I had the money and thought I could justify going and checking it out, before, when I was planning on going to Arizona, I wasn't going to go to the rim probably. I thought about it, but I was like, it'd be better off staying off in this other zone here, coming down, go up and do some trout fishing, and then come down the center of the state. There's been plenty of Sasquatch sightings in some of those regions, and there's gold to pan. So you can kind of do both things. Mr. Hugh, I better catch up in chat. I know it's going everywhere. I didn't understand Star Trek. Yeah, a lot of people say that. Read the vest is a security officer, super strong. Yeah, she's very strong. Mr. Lee says Donald Lockbeard will forever miss out on the Red Dwarf. Okay, dude. It just wasn't my style. Like, if you watch the Lex, it's got some goofy ass shit in it too, but it's more my style when it comes to stuff, that kind of goofy stuff. But wagon, kinky a bit. Raptor says, Lockbeard, please don't talk about season 3. I'm only on episode 2, so no spoilers. Oh shit, okay. Well, the thing I did say really isn't important to anything. Keeps me young. Mini-me. Pervert. Mr. Lee's only joke. Jay says, Mr. Haywood, I sold both my kayaks. I'm a bank buster for a while. Around here, unless you fishing like a golf course pond, you have to really pay attention to your surroundings. Y'all need to go to Hanobia. Yeah, I haven't gone there. Like, I thought I might go there a couple years ago, but the C-19 BS happened, and then after that, I just kind of lost interest. All these damn Bigfoot conferences are full of so much bullshit. I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to stomach it. There's bullshit conferences. For the most part, bullshit conferences. So why the fuck would I want to go to that? It's just, fuck. They might actually accidentally stumble on some goddamn science here and there, but for the most part, some of the people they're letting talk, what a goddamn joke. Uncle Bone says, Mr. Lee, I did not know he died. Location ain't a problem, says Donald. Michael Haywood, what is Hanobia? Hanobi. I keep saying Bia. Mr. Lee, Hanobi is a town in Oklahoma where they have a Bigfoot festival every year. Joe says, okay, folks, I haven't hit my limit on energy. Thank you. You're the greatest. Lockbeard. Keep pissing on dipshits. It's entertaining. Night all. See you later, man. Thanks for coming. Timmy Boy says later. Joe. I have a feeling I'm going to have to really do some skipping. This old boy, Jay says, this old boy don't move like he used to. That mom says, well, there's two types of people who has had encounters. The one that brings it public but don't care to prove shit to anyone since it's been proved to themselves already. Then there's the ones who I think you're referring to is people who had encounters, or so they say, that brings to public but doesn't want to answer questions but will make you look like crap if you don't believe it is just yeah, because people are going to get mad because of some of this, I think, possibly. And they're and I'm not, I'm glad they're telling the encounter. That the problem is why is the location being hidden? I've heard this so many times. People have there's these reasons for hiding the location, but at the end of the day, it's not like this is somebody's research area or anything else. So that's going to create some doubt in people's heads about what's happening here. Like at first, there was some point where I said, because I remember Jay saying, "Oh, we got a joke planned" or something like that. I was like, "What if this is joke? What if this is what he was talking about?" But yeah. I mean, there's. Timmy Boy says that's a bunch of types of people bring stories to the public for many different reasons. Yeah. The reason you should bring the correct reason to bring it to the public is because you want to help people understand what is out there. You want to help people understand the truth. But there's people that tell stories because they're they have ulterior motives. They want to make money off of it and stuff like that. They're not, and the story isn't true. Like, people have real encounters. I think for the most part, those people, they're not. It's not their business. They're not looking to make money necessarily. Although it would be nice if they could. Because why not? They have a legit experience. But when the people who are lying about it make money off of their story, then that's a problem. That's a serious problem. Questions everything, but be prepared to accept the answers. Jay says, going to say one thing, we didn't have to say anything about this. Yeah, I know, man. We thank you for telling us. But, I mean, I'll say this. If anything I see, I'm going to tell. Because I want people to know what's out there. If we got dangers out there, we need to know about it. And we need to understand it. We need to understand how to defend against it. Like, people bring up disappearances out there. What if these things are that? What if they didn't come after you guys because there was, 3 of you? But if there was only 1, or maybe even just 2, they might have taken you. Now, some of the people that have been taken or have disappeared in the wilderness have been children. Well, we need to defend these people. We need to learn what's out there. And that's part of the reason why I'm so interested in it, because I spend a lot of time in the woods, and I don't know if I've just been very lucky that even when I was small, nothing bad happened to me. Maybe these things were out there and they looked at me and said, that dude's got a handful of snakes. We're going to leave him alone. I don't know, but we need to understand whatever's out there. We need to understand it, to make people more safe. You know, if there are things out there that are taking children, we have a duty to try and figure out what that is and figure out a way to defend against it. So if I have an experience, you know, I'll tell you. You know, I may not be able to offer evidence, but I'll tell you. I'll tell everybody. Say, look, this is what I saw. This is what it seems to be. If I can figure anything out, this is how we can possibly defend against it. That is my duty as a member of the human species. So I hope that sentiment spreads throughout the cryptid and paranormal community. You know, that we have a duty to keep people safe by learning about what these entities are, and enough of this, you know, hiding information. We got to stop that. So I don't know how better to put it. If I go out there and I have an experience, I'm going to tell you exactly what it was, how I dealt with it, where it was. So, you know, this whole thing about people withholding information, I think, is something we need to leave in the past. Because here we are, decades later, with Sasquatch coming to the forefront, and we don't know anything. We don't know anything. We haven't been able to collect a body. You know, part of it's because of too many people withholding information their whole lives. They go out there, they see this thing, and some people go to the grave without ever telling anybody anything. If we could get all these people to tell us what they saw and what, you know, shit, maybe we could get somewhere. But then we have this other side of the deal where we have a bunch of people just lying, making shit up, selling ridiculously stupid books. I mean, serving this whole community of people out here that want some kind of fantasy bullshit, you know, all the way up to flat earth nonsense. Absolute complete bullshit is like being just gobbled up by people. It's a freaking mess. That's what I'm in this for, to destroy that bullshit. Humanity's losing its logic bit by bit, and we're spinning our wheels in so many areas of science now. Average IQs are dropping. You can't even go through the goddamn drive-through at a restaurant and have someone standing there that can count back change worth of shit. We're in decline. Our species is done, and can only hope we can turn it around. Mr. Hughes says it's a full moon in Ireland. Awesome. Mr. Lee says, Tim Boy, I don't want to tell my encounters necessarily. I just want answers for the things I've seen. Well, the best way to get those answers is everybody to tell their encounters. And we can try and figure out something from that. We got to find out a way to be able to tell if someone's, you know, lying or not more easily, and if they're mistaken about something or not. Help on Gators. Yeah, glad you shared. If something was up. Jay says, I know, Michael, folks don't realize how fast some gators can move. Why are you so anxious to go to that area? Because to properly see, I need to see what they saw from the point that they were at under the same conditions that they were, or at least as close as possible. I mean, we can go wander around the whole area all we want, but what if, and you know, people are, somebody's probably gonna get pissed off. Look, what if there was a trick of light going on there? What if there was? We need to rule that out. And then one person looked at it and said, "Oh my God, what's that?" And the other person looked at that and said, "Holy shit, I don't know." And then the next thing you know, you have, you know, because, you know, I hate to use the phrase mass hysteria, sounds a little much, but it's a thing. It's a real thing where, you know, so the idea gets in the head that there's something weird there. It started from, you know, everyone kind of having, you know, cryptids and paranormal stuff on their mind already, fueled by, you know, drastic change in elevation, low oxygen levels. That, I mean, they came all the way from Florida, almost sea level, to 7,000 feet. Their minds are affected. That's just undeniable. Their minds were affected, and an extremely long, mind-numbing ride on top of that. All this adds to the potential that their minds may have been playing tricks on them. So to be at that exact location and to see, you know, what they were seeing, and to try and replicate the situation, and to see, okay, we see this white area now. We're at the same time of the day. It's raining. We're at the same location. All right, this is the white area. I see it now. I'm standing right where the car was, where they were filming. There's the white area, and go directly to that area. Have someone stay at the spot. The other one goes to the where the white is. See what it is. If it's, I mean, of course, if it's still there, then obviously it's probably not an entity of any kind. Now the question is are the people who experienced it willing to accept the possibility that that's all it really was, that their minds played tricks on them? And you have to be ready to accept that. You know, if you're going to get to the truth of anything, you got to be willing to accept that sometimes your mind can play tricks on you, and you need to be always trying to get past that and get better about seeing past the tricks that your mind can play on you, especially in all this. Otherwise, we're never going to learn anything. Never. Because too many people are going out there. They got it in their head they're going to see Bigfoot, and their mind is going to find a way to make it happen. Or some other kind of creature or whatever, you know. Their mind is going to find a way to make it happen. Sometimes. Now, I think some people are actually seeing things. But if we can't investigate those particular situations, similar to what I was describing, we're not going to be able to rule out other possibilities than what the experiencer believed they saw. At which point, we're not going to be able to gain anything from their story. It's just a story, and we haven't gained anything from it. We should be able to gain something from every experience by going to those locations, try to replicate the scenario, and try to rule out anything that went wrong, that may have played tricks on their minds or on their eyes. And welcome, Mokes, by the way. I didn't read Timmy Boy, did I? Right, Mr. Lee, people always have motives, even if they don't realize they do. Some good, some shitty, some just want the truth. Yeah, my motive is I just want the truth, and I want to protect humanity forever. The future of humanity forever. Um, it's a goddamn shame watching this civilization slowly corroding. And I know where it's going. I see where it's going. It's going towards collapse. And because we're degrading, people say, well, we're still making technological advancement. Yeah, but the people that are creating, that have the ability to create that advancement are a shrinking number of people. And we got an ever expanding, poor number of poor people who aren't producing anything, and a lot of drug addiction and all kinds of crazy shit going on, escalations and people offing themselves, and drug overdoses, and family units falling apart, and the government ever increasing tyrannical control over our liberties, taking them away, scamming the shit out of the entire country. Here I am. I tried to explain to people why the thing was a scam, and people still won't believe me, and they won't go goddamn check. They will not go goddamn check for themselves and find out that it was a goddamn scam. They won't do it. They won't do it. They well, if you won't do it, like, don't, if you don't want to believe me, don't believe me. Go dig yourself. Go dig for yourself. Find out why C-19 was a big fucking scam. Find out why man-made global warming was a big fucking scam. Find out why 9/11 inside God fucking job. Find out why. Dig, but people don't. They don't. They just immediately assume, that they know what happened because they watch the fucking news. Yeah, those people tell you the truth, huh? No, they twist the goddamn truth. Son of a bitch. Big mess keeps be through. Try to catch up in this chat. Raptor said 90% the stories you hear from other channels where people have changed it a little bit around, saying it's their encounter, not good. Yeah, man. Look, Raptor, I mean, I'm tired of it. Been watching this shit for decades. I'm fucking sick of it. So we need to step it up. We need to step it up. But we're never going to learn anything. I mean, we're still at the level we were when the Patty film was first found, the best I can tell. Because, you got people making all kinds of ridiculous claims, muddying the goddamn water. And scammers are able to fucking scam people twice. And people just keep on coming back for more. Batman says, Mugs, I think it's Donald and someone else talked about it. I think LB said it's a waste. Said what's a waste? Well, it's a waste. It's a waste if I can't go to the exact location. Ultimately, I need to see the exact location. I explained why a while ago. Michael Haywood says, Mr. Hugh, don't be running around naked, blaming it on the moon. That's just for a full moon. Why not? A waste to him. Jim's. Mr. Lee says, I'm a genius and I still get tricked. Just saying. Yeah. Donald says, I want to go out and there experience this just like the lights in Florida. Yeah, you have to go to the exact same location. Look, it's just going to be, it's too far out of reach for us. Again, we'd need some funding of some kind, Donald. It'd be awesome to be able to do it ourselves, but we need someone else to do it. So I'm kind of hoping that maybe there's a certain Mogion monster that gets the thought to maybe check into it himself, right? Maybe he will. The Batman says, because they don't know the exact location, I thought. Well, one of them claims to know. Mr. Hughes says, Michael, I will take a photo. What? Hey. No, where Willie? No, where Willie? So answers are never enough. Jen says, I didn't see a hi from you either, Timmy boy. Well, I'm way behind in the chat, so I'm going to be skimming pretty fast. Rep says, the real question is, somebody did say where the incident happened. How many of you are going out there to check on the research that have the money? Well, that's hard to say, Raptor. I mean, it's hard to say. We don't know. Don says, I've experienced the whistles and screams in close encounters. What they experienced seems a little different. I believe they had something going on, and I trust them, unlike most. I should say basically bull crap over the past 12 to 15 years. Well, I don't know if we could say exactly 90%, but yeah, I think most are. A lot of misidentifications, people, minds playing tricks on them. They think they're seeing faces in shadows, and some people are straight up lying. And unfortunately, it makes it to where you can't, how do you know which ones are the real stories? So the only thing I can really do is just rule out stuff that sounds like bullshit, right? If Bigfoot's just a big hairy man, well, that sounds believable. If it's a portal jumping alien, now things get stupid, right? So usually you just scrap those stories, because you got to prove portals and you got to prove both Bigfoot, and neither one of them's proved. So your story is just getting a little ridiculous. Cloaking and telepathic communication and all these things. It's just like that item that I've designated. A remote viewer should be able to see what that item is, and yet it still hasn't been done. The challenge is out there. Is there not one remote viewer out there who can actually remote view? So I'm giving you the opportunity to at least prove it to me. Even if I tell people here, they may not believe me. They'll be like, oh, no, something's up here. But at least you got me, and then I'll be able to advocate for the efficacy of remote viewing. But no remote viewer has remote viewed the object. It's been a month now, I think. Batman says, Mogs, I'm better than most people who are dead, than the people who are dead, maybe don't even know the area. Mogs says. Nikki says, I might be going back to Arizona in November or December. Mogs says, there's no problem. People are going to doubt no matter what. Batman says, can't we all make our own research spots? There is so much space out there. I'm sure there's a cryptid in you. Don't want sloppy seconds. Well, the thing is I'm hearing that, people, at least one individual who was not considering all the woo shit is now considering all the woo shit as a result of this experience. So I think, that's losing ground, right? That's losing ground from my view, for where we need to get people coming away from the woo, not heading towards it, because the woo has not been proven. So much of it has not been proven. And so I think it's that this case has some kind of importance to me because of that. Like, I think it needs to be checked out to make sure that it wasn't their minds playing tricks on them or something like that. I'm not saying they made up the story. I'm not saying that at all. Mr. Lee says, there are plenty of people researching this stuff. They just don't go on YouTube. Who can blame them? Yeah. Batman says, well, I thought Locke was talking about Carrie or something. I mentioned him earlier. Mom says, I really need to stop leaving the room when the shows are on. No one wants to believe these stories. That's why we keep our mouth shut. Well, look, we need the stories told. Okay, that's fine. But But when people don't want you to investigate the story, that kind of throws up a red flag for a lot of people. You can't tell people you don't want the thing investigated. I mean, why would you not want it investigated? That's I can't even believe that. If I have an experience, I want everybody to investigate it and investigate it hard. If my mind was playing tricks on me, I want you to show me how the fuck that happened so I can get better at preventing that from happening in the future. I want to be investigated thoroughly. Jay says the joke we were going to pull was I was going to get on top of the car when we showed up, like Stevie and Judy tied me up. Oh shit! I guess that got screwed up. Huh? He says it's a strange world we live in. We're only knowing what's going on. You missed the good parts. That's the story, not necessarily the truth. I'm speaking in general. You have to bring doubts to every story. Answers are not necessarily the truth. I'm speaking in general, says Timmy. Could have been epic. Uncle Bones, yeah, it creates a lot of misinformation and confusion when it happens. Her memory not the same as mine, though. Our memory or events are different. Yeah, it is their decision. It is their decision. Mitch Lee says flat Earth rubbish talk. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Tim Boy says Mogs, I believe they saw everything they saw. I can't explain it, but I trust them. I'm not saying they didn't see. Look, they're explaining to you what they believe they saw. What they believe they saw. What I would like to see in all cases is that we are able to prove something, investigate the situation ourselves. It's like Satch says that Molly says to him, right? That she believes that he believes he saw Sasquatch. But what if he was mistaken, right? What if? Well, he's still telling you the truth. He believes that's what he saw, right? So you're not calling a person a liar when you're questioning perhaps they were mistaken about what they saw. You're not calling them a liar. So please don't get that idea. Mr. Hughes says, Michael, don't forget to go to the toilet before. Happens all the time. People can see the same event, like a cat incident, and most of them have a different description of said vehicles. Yeah. And how's that possible, right? How's that possible unless people's minds, their memories, and their perceptions are not perfect? That's why when a person says, I know what I saw, not always. You know what you think you saw sometimes, but sometimes you're mistaken. Going back next July. Jay says, I'm out of here. See you later, Jay. Thanks for coming. Grasshopper says, Jen saw a cat incident, the horror of it all. Mr. Lee says, Jen, yes, we both have different events of what happened. Both are very weird, nonsensical. Well, so clearly somebody in the situation is mistaken. Maybe you're both mistaken. Maybe you both don't remember exactly how it happened. Maybe you both perceive things a little differently. Uncle Mom says, "Mom, agree, but to keep it to themselves from the start. Don't say I seen something, then not tell what it is." People are free to do what they want. I'm just saying that I consider it a duty to help people when you can. And telling these stories helps people. It helps us to understand. If it didn't help us understand what is, it's helping us understand how a person's perceptions, their mind, their eyes can play tricks on them, and how to defeat that enemy. That's another enemy of humanity, right? That we need to figure out how to defeat to make it where our perception doesn't play tricks on us as much anymore. But we have so many people, they're not willing to consider it. They say, I know what I saw, and they're not willing to hear the possibility that maybe their eyes played tricks on them. They won't hear it. Well, then, you're never going to overcome that if you won't even consider that's the possibility and work on figuring out if that's in fact what happened and defeating it. Cat sense. Trick of light. I mean, I don't know. All I know is I don't see anything in the picture. I'm hearing a skull and all this stuff, and I'm not seeing any of it. And guess my life is missing incident. Sleep tight, Jay. Yeah, sleep tight. Sleep tight. Common man. Timbo says, Nikki, you must not like me. What? Moog says he's right behind Jay. Y'all have a good night. That was like 20 minutes ago, though, huh? That mom says, all I know is that I wasn't there, and I don't feel like anything was said to be deceitful or spam anyone. So it's like, move on about your day. But again, this is an opportunity to learn. Donald says they had to experience something with the vocals as they were getting out to the whistles. Not sure what the white spot was, but the vocals have me intrigued. Well, I mean, again, I haven't been able to, I don't know. A whistle in the woods could be a bird, right? Could be a person. If you heard gunfire out there, well, there's probably some people out there somewhere. I've heard people so many times say, there's no one out here. There's no one out here. People say that all the time, and it's usually not true. They may think there's nobody out there. Maybe they haven't seen anybody, but there's people out there. And so that's how they justify it. How do you know there's no one out there? You don't know that. You don't know that. So how are you jumping right to Bigfoot? You know what I mean? You can't just jump right to a conclusion like that. You have no evidence whatsoever. So don't. That's where we're screwing up. People wonder why we we haven't gotten anywhere with this. I mean, we got people out there convincing you we're getting somewhere. Oh, we're studying tree structures, blah, 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 blah. Man, fuck that. You're not. No. So whistles, look, until someone can look, we haven't even confirmed Bigfoot's real, so that we can confirm that they whistle. We don't know Bigfoot even whistles. So people say any of the sounds that people say are Bigfoot and are just so sure it's Bigfoot, you have no evidence of that. You're just assuming that because you want to believe it, I guess. I don't know. We don't know what sounds they make. We don't. We don't even have proper scientific proof that they exist. So all this stuff, people trying to study vocals, they need to stop associating it with Bigfoot. They do not know it's Bigfoot. Study sounds in the woods. That's great. If that's your thing, you want to study sounds in the woods, fine. But don't start getting in your head that it's Bigfoot. Stop. Don't do that. You're tainting proper research that way. You cannot say it's Bigfoot. You don't know what it is at all. So, I mean, whistles, wood knocks, all this stuff, they don't know what this stuff is, but they're acting like we know Bigfoot does this and Bigfoot does that. You hear this all the time. We don't know this stuff. We don't know it at all. So I'm not the least bit interested in the sounds. I'm interested in the physical evidence. And then figuring out how to properly observe them. There's got to be a method that we can observe them and repeatably and reliably, teach other people, the other scientists, to do it. That's the only way we're getting any answers. But we can't even properly observe them. Just get lucky sometimes. So I'm not really interested in sounds. We don't know what sounds they make, so sounds don't help us at all. Doesn't like you. Grasshopper says, going back out there won't solve anything. It all depends on the weather, sun or not, clouds, reflection of light, camera quality, camera seeing things different than we do. Yeah, but we'd have a lot more information if we did. I mean, that's like saying somebody got murdered out there, but we're not going to go to the crime scene and look. We don't need to see the good crime scene. We got the body in the morgue. Dude's been stabbed. The murderer is run off. So we're not going to go look at the crime scene. No, we need to look at the site. That is absolutely 100% critical. It must be done to properly investigate this situation. Not doing that, I just, no. It's not even an option. Do people want to find these answers or not? I mean, seriously. Sometimes I wonder if people don't really want to find any answers. They don't want to do proper investigations of stuff. We absolutely must go to the site. Somebody must go to the site. Try to replicate the conditions the best you can. Don't wait too long for the forest to change, because the forest changes daily. A year from now, the place is going to look a lot different. And we won't be able to rule out some things. We won't be able to rule out a trick of light or something like that. Unfortunately, there's some things we won't be able to rule out anyway, but that's just the nature of things. That one says, why do you think they owe anyone else anything, though? Look, the information can help save lives potentially, right? A lot of people think these things in the woods may be responsible for some disappearances. If that's a possibility, we kind of might want to figure that out, right? If there's a possibility that information we could learn from this might save a child being abducted in the woods by some kind of entity, doesn't that mean we all owe something here? Don't we all owe to tell what we know, try to teach people what we know, investigate these things, try to learn and figure it out? Because right now, all we know is they saw some white things. We don't know what they are. We don't know anything about them. We don't know if they maybe they weren't a threat only because there were multiple people there. Maybe they would be a threat if it was just one person. Maybe they would be a threat if it was a child. We don't know. We don't know anything. Well, I'm not comfortable with a situation where there may be some white entities running around in the wilderness that we don't know anything about. So we need to know. We need to know. We need to learn. Knowledge gives us power. Batman says Grasshopper, exactly that moment they had is gone and won't be able to be duplicated naturally. No, of course you can't duplicate it exactly, but you have to try to duplicate it as much as possible. That is just basic. That's a basic requirement in investigating something. You go to the scene, and that's how you figure out what the hell happened there. As you try to replicate it as closely as possible. Of course, you can't replicate it exactly. That's like saying I was going to cook Thanksgiving dinner, but there's no stuffing. So we might as well just not cook the fucking dinner. No. Proper investigation requires that we go there. And I think ethics requires that somebody go there and figure this out. Because we could be looking at something that's dangerous, or at the very least to expand human knowledge. Tim Boy says, Uncle Bones, I'm not sure what I did, but she doesn't speak to me anymore. Grasshopper says, Saturday test depends on certain time. Tim Boy, what the fuck are you talking about? Wouldn't have said anything or showed the video. It's all subjective. Why, Grasshopper? Why? I mean, why would you want to deny the possibility of humanity expanding our knowledge and becoming stronger, more powerful, and more safe? Something from your experience may save a child's life. Again, why are people into this if they're not into these particular things? Is it just cool? I mean, seriously, I'm just... Uncle Bone says, Batmom, I do not doubt them at all. I've seen the images on my screen. Hey there, you are a new fight. What? Except my girls. Jen says, they saw what they saw. They were brave enough to talk about. We should be glad they did because we didn't have to know anything. Shirley says, catch up. Fellow El Paso feelings. That one says, Lockbeard, it was literally a whole different conversation that wasn't actually the conversation. Huh? Not sure what you're saying there. Feels the pain part. Raptor says, the people that you're sharing about that actually saw a Bigfoot, you're not hearing their stories at all. You might read about them in a book. That's about it. Confusion makes you sleepy. Donald says, it's obvious he is biased to what they say, so no chance of fair, unbiased investigation. Who is? Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee says, Donald, if he wants, I will send it. I will be walking on eggshells for a while with my dude. Donald says, Mogs is Timmy Boy. He just stormed out of here when Jay left. Sounds to me he isn't open to a non-biased study. Yeah, that's all I ask, but I can't get it. Even out of some of the people who are supposed to be on the more logical side of the Bigfoot community, you can't get it. You know, because some people, oh, I like this person. This person says they saw that, and they get all pissed off because someone just doesn't believe their story. They think you're calling them a liar when you're not. You're saying, no, you could be mistaken. And I can't be mistaken. I know what I saw. Well, that's goddamn fucking arrogant. You don't always know what you saw. I'm sorry, your mind can play tricks on you. End of story. It fucking happens all the time. And if you're not willing to let people and investigate the goddamn the thing, I mean, because you're offended that someone doesn't believe what you're saying, like your word is the word of fucking God. Son of a bitch. This is why we can't get anywhere, because people are so, look, you have to be, like I said, if I see something, people question it, investigate it, go out to the site, try to find anything that's wrong, see if I was, mistaken. I could be goddamn mistaken. My mind could have been playing tricks on me. If I went out in the woods, had goddamn Bigfoot on the mind, and maybe I saw something that wasn't Bigfoot. Now, I don't know how you would, prove it, but the only way you're going to figure out anything is if you go to the fucking site. You have to go to the fucking site. I can't believe I'm hearing this shit. I can't believe I'm hearing this. This is goddamn ridiculous. It's seriously, it's like saying there was a murder here, but we're not going to go to the site. We're not going to go to the scene of the murder. That's what the fuck. This is why we can't figure out shit. Because there's stuff like this. I can't even believe I'm having this conversation. Son of a bitch. Alan says, oh, I did want to know. As long as Star was not connecting there, if they didn't know, they had it till later. Batman says, well, Donald, because Stevie's his best friend, so he knows she's telling the truth and protecting her. That's great. That's wonderful. I'm not saying she's not telling the truth of what she thinks she saw. I'm just saying that maybe what she just thinks she saw, but it wasn't what she thinks it was. She's not lying. Of course not. Not saying that. I'm saying people can be mistaken. And when people are not willing to even consider that, we have ourselves a problem. We have ourselves a problem. And on top of that, when you can't go to the site, or somebody can't go to the site, it doesn't have to be me. I mean, it'd be a hell of an ordeal for me to get over there. Somebody needs to, who can be objective, logical. But I don't think we're going to get it. And I'm starting to think some people don't want it to fucking happen. Uncle Bone says, I did not say it was a rake. I said it appeared like a rake on my quality screen, so someone can kiss my ass. Who said that? Who had an issue? It seems like somebody had an issue. I can't remember who it was. Tim Boy said, I must have missed that, Donald, but I don't see how most people that know Jay, Judy, and Stevie are going to be biased. They are part of our little community here. Yeah. But what's the problem with investigating it to see if they may have been mistaken about something they saw? Chessboard says, Lockbeard, if you've never been in a situation of killings and ridiculed at every turn and spit on when you came home, you don't have a fucking clue. You talking about at war? Yeah. Yeah, it was some bullshit that happened. Don't treat the soldiers that way. Donald says, that mom never said she wasn't telling the truth. Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it at all. But people get all bent as soon as you say, because they say, I know what, because they, Donald, when they say, I know what I saw, and then now you're saying, basically, maybe you don't, maybe you're mistaken, maybe you think you saw. Okay, now it becomes they're taking it as a personal attack, and now you're fucked. You can't get anywhere with that. Logic and reason have gone out the window because they're offended because you basically called them a liar in their head. No, you're telling the truth as you believe it to be, but maybe you were mistaken. No, I can't possibly be mistaken. It's goddamn arrogance is what that is, and unfortunately, and so we're not going to be able to get any answers, and the window's pretty much gone. I think things have probably changed enough at this point at the site that it's going to be hard to replicate if they were mistaken. I hope they weren't mistaken in a way, because then there was some cool shit to find out there, but we're never going to know. But says, Uncle Bones, I think it was that one that said it was a rick, but I just thought it looked like one, but I don't really, because I've never seen any cryptid. Tell people I've seen Squatch more than once, but I don't expect anyone to believe me. Says Grass. Balance says, Donald, I don't think you did. Respect Chessboard and UB2. The Moog slammed the door. He saw. Well, I'm not sure if that's what happened, but Mr. Lee says, to be honest with everyone, I think Stephanie, Judy, and Jay and Mogs need a break from the question of it all. It can be too much, Well, I hear that. I hear that. But what if someone went out there and investigated the site and found out that there was, that it was just a mundane trick of light? What if? And wouldn't that give them some relief to know that, okay, well, dang, I was spooked by nothing. Now, somebody was saying that they actually saw a Sasquatch. But now we got this whole thing where they say, well, it's not in the pictures. It's not in the pictures. It's not in the pictures. And then, so that's implying that there's some conspiracy to change the pictures, or there's some magical powers from these things to change the pictures, or the government's changed the pictures. And, so there's always going to be that they could say, see, the pictures were changed, but we saw with our eyes, and that's what we saw, and the pictures are changed. But what if with their eyes they just thought that's what they saw? Their eyes were playing tricks on them, and the camera caught perfectly good pictures. What if? And we're not going to even be. There's a possibility for a tremendous learning opportunity that could benefit humanity, and once again, slipping through our fingers. Yeah. Donald says, I'm open to anything. I didn't even want to hear their story, but that's impossible. I wanted to go out there without being primed by their experience. Yeah. Any questions? Grasshopper says, if you can't take the questions and some disbelief, don't say anything about it in the first place. Watch bodies being taken to the morgue from the fight line. Cried every time during the Middle East shit. Yeah. Bad deal, man. What a fucking clusterfuck that was. Cosimo, you did not say. Well, the chat's moving awful fast. Someone goes out there, what about the guys on wheelers? Donald says, just like no one goes out there. Well, what about the guys on the wheelers? Yeah, I mean, all those tracks, I could see them in the aerial, the photographs. There's tracks everywhere. They're unmarked roads. They're just people. There's people out there. There's people out there, and people could be out there shooting guns. And it's just people playing. Werewolf Dogman, I don't see that. I don't think that's pareidolia. Donnie Miller's. You talking about Standing Goats Rescue? Stop screwing up, people. Yeah, Donnie Miller, man. I don't know, Mr. Lee. with ranch peanut farmer. Yeah, but we don't got proper scientific evidence to show it. We got people making claims, and how do we sort out which ones are mistaken, and which ones are lying, and which ones are true? It's really hard to do. Just because someone says it doesn't make it scientific evidence either. Mr. Lee says, I think we should stop talking about Moog's Rim Camping for a while. Seems like it's consuming us all. Raptor says at the Bat Mom, I apologize, but no, they do not. They got those from other channels. They were faked. As her friendly fire, all part of the job they signed up for. Slats me. People like Joe's experienced Bigfoot in person do know for a fact if they saw Bigfoot make a sound. Yeah, but even he tells you that that's not evidence for other people, right? It's an account, but it's not recorded, right? We don't have it properly documented as scientific proof. Donald says the day I had a close-up interaction, there were whistles and mouth pops in 3 directions around me. These whistles were no bird I ever heard. It was November. Missed migratory birds were gone. Most. Timmy Boy says Joe knows, but how many people actually see that, Bat Mom? Mr. Lee says I want to find answers, Lockbeard, but you know people getting upset. I know they are. I'm upset. Been fighting this bullshit for too long. The Bigfoot community, even a lot of the people on the supposedly logical side that actually, care, aren't are holding this back because too much stuff I've already gone over. It's a mess. You have to be willing to consider all possibilities until you got the facts. And too many people think I got the facts. I know what I saw. My mind, I cannot possibly have been tricked by anything. Arrogance. Don't even want people to check. Perhaps afraid. Pride might get hurt. Egos. Too much of this stuff. On top of the people that are out there just writing books of just complete bullshit, muddying the water. And you wonder why we can't get anywhere. It's literally saw with their own eyes Bigfoot making either a sound or noise. I'm not getting it or something because it seems really simple. And speaking of people who have literally witnessed that, again, we need proper evidence. An account is an account, and that's all it is. Tim Boy says people upset isn't his problem, Mr. Lee. He's trying to be respectful. Trying, but it's just God damn it. Because you ask these questions and you try to, then people are like, well, we didn't have to tell you shit. So now they're holding you hostage with the possibility that they might not talk. Well, you know what? I said this a long time ago. I don't give a fuck. People don't want to talk, then don't talk. Fine, whatever. But I consider that unethical. I consider that straight up unethical. Anything we learn betters humanity. It betters our knowledge. It increases our safety. So you can make that choice. But you're not holding me hostage to that. I'm not like Carrie over there who's so scared he's not going to be able to find new guests to keep people coming to watch more people tell stories that are mostly goddamn fucking bullshit. I don't give a fuck about that. I don't give a fuck about that. I want some goddamn fucking answers. That's what I want. And I can't get to them because there's so many people causing roadblocks in so many goddamn different fucking ways. I mean, I can go out there all I want, but the problem is we need numbers of people in those accidental encounters, and we need the people to talk and then be willing to consider when they may have been mistaken. And some of these people are not willing to consider that they might have been goddamn mistaken, and they don't want anyone to check up on it to see. So yeah, I'm fucking pissed. This has been going on for too long. Mr. Lee says, I have much respect for everyone. I don't want to push no one if they're not really ready. No. But I'm telling you, you walked out because people say, they even say sometimes that they didn't think that they were in any danger. Then why won't you talk? What are you scared of? I want to know is improving humanity, increasing our safety, increasing our knowledge is the duty of every human being. You're free to keep your mouth shut, and I'm free to tell you that's unethical. It's unethical. It's like when you saw someone murder somebody and you kept your mouth shut because you're scared or whatever your reason is. Doesn't matter. It's goddamn unethical. You're free to, but it's goddamn unethical. Something nervous believes the person or not. Someone messaged Lucky that these comments he's reading are old. Well, I'm about 20 minutes a little behind. He's getting mad at comments that was before he explained this. He must think we've done. Well, how do we know that the truth is your trust in them, not fact? Donald says the thing that came off pine saplings was a human bipedal form. I have to associate the scream, mouth pops, and whistles with them. Huh? Stick up, I'm telling you. Give me 10 minutes, yeah. Raptor says, but Mom, people lie. They've been doing it a long time here on YouTube and other social media groups and make money. See shapes in my carpet. I'll leave it at that. Yeah, you can see shapes in anything. It's on acid at the time. Well, that's a good excuse. Mine isn't from drugs. But then, Team Boy says, Mom, how am I supposed to remember what I was talking about in this chat? I remember 5 minutes ago. Yeah. I'm trying to speed it up. Acid. Batmom says, what's going on? Whose show is this? How did we get into TV? Huh? What are you talking about? Grasshopper says, Batmom, I tried just about everything and quit just about everything. I'm old and tired now. Yeah, probably so. I will stroke out. Lockbeard Vortex. Good night, everyone. See ya, Jen. Thanks for coming. Team Boy says, also, they were stressed in the unfamiliar area with the flat. That situation in itself can produce different emotions that can work against logic. Yeah, I mean, that's all I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that they need to be open to the possibility that all these factors came together, and then mass hysteria really is a thing. It can happen, even to very intelligent people. Actually, it reminds me of an episode of House, actually. We cannot allow ourselves to be obsessed by this. I take pills for that shit. Just saying, man. I'm on the edge of the woods all the time. Sometimes I go deep into the woods. I want to know what's out there. If I'm walking into something's a threat, I need to know what I need to be able to do to fucking kill it. You know, with a grizzly bear, I know I need the right weapon to handle a grizzly bear. What about these other things? And we can't get the answers. We can't get the answers. I'm sick of it. And also, I consider it extremely valuable to increase the knowledge of humanity. And anyone that's why, like, destroying, burning books is bad. Destroying the Georgia Guidestones, destroying monuments, shit like that. It's all bad. Doesn't matter if you disagree with it or you didn't like that part of history, the Confederate monuments, stuff like that. You don't destroy the knowledge of humanity, because what's going to happen one day is we're not going to be as advanced as we need to be to handle a challenge that's too much for us. And we could have been more advanced if we weren't acting like a bunch of goddamn morons half of the time. We have so much potential, and it's just being flushed down the toilet. I don't know that one. Cool community here. You know, constant questions take toll on people. You ever been in prison? Constant interrogation gets to you. Just saying. Be peaceful for a while. Donald says Mr. Lee is off the cast for research on the Rimmer. Yeah, seriously. Don't talk from the start. Mr. Lee says, I'm trying to change the subject for your information. It's a great blowjob today. What the fuck? Oh, shit, Mr. Lee. Didn't they say the whole ride there they were seeing Bigfoot stuff evidence? That's a little much. Says Quick Witty. Welcome to the chat, Quick Witty. Belmont says, Lucky, you're my homeboy, but you contradict yourself a lot. But when you get on to my comment, I most likely won't remember to give examples. How am I contradicting myself? Quick says, hey man, Davey, you got out early. That mom says, why do we over ask people about what they saw, but don't ever question the people who need to be asked? Might need specifics on that one. Don't trust anyone anymore. I don't know. It's getting that way. Some people ask. Just Pete a little. Donald says, what? That mom says, Uncle Bones, you always give me kisses. Are your lips chapped? Mr. Lisa Timbo, yeah, what you Americans call, what in the hell you language you speaking now, Mr. Lee? Weak bladder, my man, has to do with the muscular dystrophy. No, my lips are hot and smooth, soft tempered. Oh, what do we got here? Got a something to block. Yeah, I got them. A little late, but I got them. Mr. Lee says, I just took a mouthful of green tea and all I could think about was Donald pissing himself. Chessboard says, Lockbeard, I have a History Belongs to Us video on my channel. Hearing banjos. Might actually have caught up now. Yeah, I saw it, Mr. Lee. Quick Witty says they were going to a Bigfoot event and saw Bigfoot and aliens. Go figure. Yeah, and look, was trying to broach this as respectfully as possible, but I'm not the best at communicator, and unfortunately, sometimes people are going to get pissed off no matter what you say, and you know, and really, I mean, we all really like Stevie, Judy, and Jay. Okay, we're not trying to attack them. We really aren't. But you know, we some of us, you know, it hasn't all been discussion in the chats in the open, right? There's been discussion kind of behind the scenes a little bit about the possibility that they could have been mistaken. It you know, it I mean, you're right. I mean, it wasn't really like a Bigfoot event, but it was with all a bunch of Bigfoot interested people. So yeah, the idea was in their head of Bigfoot. I don't know. They drove over 30 hours. You're going to be tired. You're going to be mentally exhausted. They changed. They went fairly quickly from Florida to the Mogollon Rim, which is a change in about 7,000 feet of altitude. So they're breathing air that's they're breathing a lot less oxygen than they're used to. They're breathing air, and that does affect you. And people who haven't traveled from one area to an area with a higher altitude than they're used to, it affects you until you adapt to it. It could have all. Now they could be absolutely correct in what they think they saw, or not. Maybe they're mistaken. Nobody's saying they're lying about anything. But I'm saying that it benefits us all to figure out as much as we can. It benefits us all. And I would hope that everybody here that comes to my channel shares that sentiment. Why would you listen to me if you don't share that sentiment? Why would you want to come in my chat? And you can go over to fucking Bullshit Odyssey and hear the other side of the deal, or one of the other bullshit channels, and they'll just tell you what you know. They'll take any story at face value, you know, and without asking questions about, well, how could their perceptions have been affected to where they might have thought they saw things that weren't what they thought they saw. We need to always be willing to address that. This news sites, they wouldn't lie. That's definitely likely. Says Timmy Boy. Donald says, sorry, Mr. Lee, the thought of you and Dave was hilarious. That one says, oh, it said best dating site. Where did I get nudes at? Timmy Boy says it's called diplomacy. Yeah. I try to be diplomatic, Timmy, but again, I'm not necessarily the best communicator. Or even mediocre. But every challenge that I'm making to this story, to this situation, I expect everyone else, if I have an encounter, to come at it saying, look, is it possible you were mistaken? Can we investigate this? Please do. If I'm mistaken, I want to be better able at not being mistaken, right? I want to be able to learn from it, and in the future, be able to go into the woods and be less susceptible to my mind playing tricks on me if that's occurring. So I want the challenge. I want people to investigate, and I want you to go full bore. Investigate. Figure out if I was mistaken. Find the answer. I mean, if I saw what I thought I saw, and you prove that, awesome. If you prove it was something else, also awesome. That is a learning experience where I can be better able at avoiding that kind of thing, letting my mind play tricks on me, thinking I saw something I didn't see. The mind wants to, like, a lot of times, you get a glimpse of something, your mind will fill in the blanks. It has to sometimes, but you can't 100% say all the time that you know what you saw, because sometimes you really don't. Bigfoot on the brain, says Quick Witty. Yeah. Timboy says, of course they did. Donald says, Mr. Lee, my pee does have a green tinge to it sometimes. Timboy says, you need to have that looked at, Donald. Yeah, you're not supposed to pee green, I don't think. Donald says, Timboy, I have, it's my alien DNA causing it. Uncle Bones says, oxygen deprecation. Lockbeard, I know it well. Yeah. Yeah. Am I wrong? I mean, it's a possibility, and I hope that they, I hope that they're right about what they saw. I would like to know, and but I need to eliminate the possibility of this kind of thing, because I may go out there and wander around and never see anything like what they saw. And if I haven't also gone to the site and tried to see if I can replicate what they saw there, then it's not it's a half-ass investigation, right? It's half-ass. I just can't believe that was even a thing in some people's minds, that you don't have to go to the site. You absolutely must go to the site. I mean, isn't that what everybody fucking does? When they hear about something that happens, they go to the site. You go to the site. People, I guess there's going to be people going out with Satch, right, to the site at some point. I think he's already taken someone out there. I can't remember for sure. To where he saw Rasta, and that's awesome. People should go to the site, so you at least kind of see what the lay of the land, and he can show you better what occurred. And maybe you see something, maybe you find evidence, maybe you see Rasta himself again, but you have to go to the site. Why would anyone suggest that you shouldn't go to the site, or you don't need to go to the site? I don't know why. What the holy shit, dude. If somebody tells me that a certain restaurant has a good sandwich, I gotta go to that restaurant if I'm gonna get that sandwich, right? Holy shit. Mr. Lee says, Donald, too much asparagus, perhaps. Tim Boy says, we have to meet, Donald. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, you watch Mr. McDuffie 81 on Meldrum? I'm not sure, Mr. Lee. I'm not sure. Is it a... You never liked Meldrum? He's dodgy as hell, telling you, man. I wonder. I have my doubts, Mr. Lee, but I have my doubts. But I can't say for sure. Donald says, Mr. Lee, is that Jameson Duffy? He has a good rap song dissing Carrie Arnold. Mr. Lee says, Donald, I'm going to listen. It better be a good rap, man. Timmy Boy says there's no good rap today. Donald says, Mr. Lee, I think it's on Bigfoot Busters channel. Mr. Lee says there is a Bigfoot Busters channel now. Oh my God, I heard everything now. Donald says, Mr. Lee, it's an old channel, not much content. Quick, he says, saw Doug Hychick totally debunk Pat Squatch talks or video in 10 seconds. Have a feeling he would do the same to their video of opening in tree. There was one thing that they were looking at in the video, though, or in the picture, where the white area across the tree trunk. So that one may be a hard one to explain. I don't know. I couldn't really, I couldn't really make anything out. It was really I couldn't make anything out. They were saying they see a skull, and I don't, really see a skull. So unfortunately, the picture and the video just aren't that good enough to tell anything really conclusively. There's absolutely nothing conclusive in the picture or the video. That I have to say, nothing conclusive. Mr. Lee says, when I start my channel up, there will be no bullcrap, telling you, man. Well, Mr. Lee, why are you starting up your channel? You need to just be a host on Mogollon Monster WTF Live. That's what you need to do. And you maybe can jump on here sometimes, but Chessboard says the only good rap there was wrapping your pencil on your desk. Zero bullcrap, says Mr. Lee. Exactly. And look, people need to be willing to consider that they may not have saw what they thought they saw. If you're not willing to do that, then the question is why? Why are you afraid that it's going to be proven that you didn't see what you thought you saw? So, what are you going to do? What are you going to do, Mr. Lee? Damn light. My normal light has died. Maybe I can get it to come on now. Nope. Stupid thing. All right. Must be a cheap ass light. Donald says, quick witty, that Orr video was garbage. You couldn't tell what the fuck was happening. Yeah. Team Boy says, chessboard, you have to be open to it like portals must be open. Yeah, there's that same thing again right there, isn't it? You're not going to see anything unless you believe you're going to see something. You must be convinced you're going to see something. Quick Witty says exactly, Donald. I see the same with this latest stuff. Chessboard says same boy wrong frequency vibes. Same boy says I put the video on a 4K 80-inch TV and saw nothing. Which video? The orb video or the rim video? Donald says Mr. Lee is my co-host. Sorry. Tim Boy says, damn, Donald, you must not have got my resume. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, I tried to come on Moog's show many times. The button just don't work, man. I'm not buying it, Mr. Lee. I'm not buying it. Say Tim Boy. I don't think Tim Boy's buying it. The rim video? Yeah. Well, somebody else said they put it on like a 4K and they could see it just fine. And I'm like, I mean, here we go. Here we go. But I don't see anything. I don't think, and I hope they're right that they saw some interesting entities in a way, because that's something that's just neat, right? Just like with Sasquatch. It's a lot cooler if Sasquatch is real than if it's not. But it'd be even better if we find evidence. Quick Witty says, I agree, Timmy. You didn't see anything in the video. But see, and that gets us in a whole thing, though, again, where people are mad that there's people that aren't believing and will try to suggest or hold you hostage to not being willing to share. It's kind of petty, really, when people do that. That's I want to talk. I don't want to talk because you people won't believe me. Don't want to tell you this because you won't believe me. That kind of stuff has no place in science. Just doesn't. It's about facts, evidence, logic, reason. If people want the answer to what these things are, what Sasquatch is, and any other entity that they think they're seeing out there, the scientific method is your way to that. Not all this bullshit we got going on in the Bigfoot community and people trying to act like they're scientists when they aren't. You got fucking Moorhead over here with quantum Bigfoot. Get the fuck out of here, Mr. Moorhead. Get the fuck out of here with your crazy fucking shit. Quantum physics has got so many goddamn holes in it, it's like Swiss fucking cheese. And they're all sitting there, all them scientists that are involved with that, they're just looking to get those fucking grants from the government. The average person on the street don't even understand quantum physics. So, which is really not surprising since it's a bunch of fucking bullshit, bunch of gobbledygook nonsense. It's so goddamn ridiculous. It's just amazing. People, you got some people out here are worried about, the fucking CERN, super colliders and shit like that. They're gonna create a black hole and suck the whole Earth in there. They're not gonna create a black hole, people. You can relax. Goddamn super colliders is a fucking tinker toy. It's a goddamn waste of time. It's a fucking. You might as well give those guys a bunch of Legos and let them play with that for billions of dollars. You might actually accomplish more that way. Because they think they're bumping particles together up there. They think they're actually bumping particles around there. And we're going to discover the fundamental particles of the universe that we haven't discovered yet. We're going to find a particle responsible for time and gravity and all this other bullshit. Get the fuck out of here, you goddamn morons. You completely... I could send you to... there's a lot of crazy YouTube channels on here, don't get me wrong, but I could send you to a certain YouTube channel that will explain all that bullshit with the real science of how the universe functions and destroys quantum physics easily, very easily. I don't know anyone else that's really talking about all this stuff. I mean, some people are, but he's really got a passion for it and is really gone deep in it. Has thousands of videos on his channel. That's where you go. That's where you go. The moment someone starts talking, because everything, they just put quantum behind everything they say. I mean, he's right about that. They just quantum this, quantum that. Everything's fucking quantum. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Mr. Lee says, hey, this is new potable thing I got, works just fine. I'm very impressed, just saying. You mean portable thing? Timbo says, I thought about videoing the TV and putting up, but didn't seem right. Videoing the TV and putting the video up? Well, why not? It's out there. It's out there on YouTube's. People are going to see it and share it and talk about it. And Mr. Lee says, Team Boy, what do you mean? Donald says, what I don't get is why wasn't he fully zoomed in when they were blowing the horn to get the reaction from what they were seeing? I couldn't see any movement from the vantage point. Yeah, but they might have been. There's a lot of things a lot of factors. It could be anything. It might be something people don't think about. Like, I don't know. I think I showed that video where they were driving through like a Civil War battle site, and it's supposed to be haunted. And in the video, if you just watch, it looks like there's something goes across. But it was something to do with the water streaming down the windshield. It wasn't a ghost. Timboy says, portable blow job machine, Mr. Lee. Get you one of those. Ronco's Pocket Pal. Mr. Lee says, I watched Rogan Lazar again today. He ain't lying. Plus, I saw another spacecraft today. Just saying. Did you get pictures? Was it like those pictures you sent me, or was it? Because those are just kind of a spot in the sky. You can't really see what it is. I mean, I saw something interesting sitting right here. I think it was last night. There was a light. It's brighter than any of the stars in the sky come across. And I was thinking, well, it's probably a plane. But there wasn't any, blinking or red lights or anything. There wasn't anything else. It was just a light. And I feel like it was moving too slow to be like a comet or anything. It didn't have a tail or a shooting star. It was just a light moving across. And so I actually stepped out and was looking at it as it was moving across here. And then it disappeared right there. And it was just gone. Well, that's not a fucking plane. I mean, it could be an incoming meteor, but it didn't look like any that I've ever seen. It was, I feel like it was moving too slow. It had no tail of any kind behind it. And it was just gone, disappeared and gone. Chessmore says Uncle Bones waiting for a kiss from Uncle Sam after reading 730-page climate change tax legislation. We're fucked again, big time. Yeah, they're doubling down on this climate change bullshit. That climate change bullshit can be debunked all day long, but people, they just Al Gore got in their heads. He probably had the best brainwashing staff that the government can provide. Everybody just oh yeah, CO2 is a greenhouse gas. That must be responsible for it. The biggest greenhouse gas in the atmosphere is goddamn water vapor, and it vastly dwarfs the CO2. You think a little change in hundreds of parts per million in CO2 is going to have dick effect on the temperature of the planet? Fucking no. What is really happening is when the planet warms, it liberates more CO2 into the atmosphere. It makes the atmosphere want to have a higher concentration of CO2. It's actually the opposite that occurs. The CO2 rising does not cause a rise in temperature. The temperature rise causes a rise in the CO2 concentration. It's the complete opposite. The temperature is going up. It has nothing to do with us. It has to do with what the sun's doing typically. The sun activity, our distance from the sun fluctuates too. So that's another thing. The activity of the sun and the distance to the sun. The man-made global warming is bullshit. Absolute bullshit. If we have any effect at all, it's extremely tiny, insignificant bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Quick Witty says, I agree, Donald. They kept saying, look, it's moving, but I think it was just a shaky hand making a look like movement. Yeah. Or if they were looking through water streaming down or a water droplet, it can make things. It's like that ghost picture. It looked like a ghost ran across, but it was really a trick of light and the water streaming down the windshield. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, I don't trust no ghost channels. All seem fake to me. I've seen the real thing. It's kind of annoying to me. Yeah, a lot of them are just fake. They're real. They are real. But unfortunately, people are too willing to just consume ridiculous stories and false claims and mistakes. Like, someone probably saw that video and thought, well, that's really a ghost, but it's not. If you look close, but people aren't looking close enough. You gotta look things a little closer before you can see. Just where it says, Timmy Boy, we live in a vacuum. That's why Earth sucks. Yeah. Donald says, Kerry Arnold did a similar thing with a video of some people looking out a sliding glass door. You see what happened. You see what appears to be an entity going across the backyard. It was actually a reflection on the glass. Yeah. Yeah, glass has been the cause of so many of these things. Don't film shit through glass. Don't film shit through glass, folks. Don't do that. Don't from the inside of the house. Yeah, go outside. Go the fuck outside and film. Mr. Lee says, Donald, I stopped watching that show now. Timmy Boy says, Earth is just going through its normal cycles. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they had me convinced. They had me convinced for a while when I was in college. And my degree is actually environmental management. but I studied a wide variety of other sciences too. I stayed there. They call me a professional student. Some people did, because I'd been there for way more than 4 years for the degree, right? Minored into geology, but I had enough coursework in business and health and human performance and botany, and I could have had 4, 5, 6 minors, um, but they only give you one, so I picked geology. But I got a broader perspective on things as a result, and at some point, the global warming wasn't making any sense anymore, and because goddamn holes. They made shit oversimplified. The Earth, is a system just like anything else. And no one ever talks about dynamic equilibrium when they're talking about this global warming bullshit. The all systems have some level of an equilibrium that is established based on what's in the system, what kind of elements, what kind of energy we're looking at. Where's the Earth has got its own equilibrium going on. And if you try to take it out, if you try to change the equilibrium, it will resist. It will resist it. And the Earth has, there's chemical mechanisms at place, like for CO2, but we have the bonus of we have life on Earth. So we have a biome, and that biome is part of that equilibrium too. So when you introduce more CO2 into the atmosphere than what the Earth wants to have in the atmosphere, it has multiple mechanisms for bringing down or keeping that CO2 at exactly the concentration that the Earth fucking wants it to be, based on what its equilibrium conditions are at the time. They don't fucking talk about that. They don't talk about that because they're fucking morons. Well, I shouldn't say that. Most people would never think to even ask. The average person on the street, they're not morons. They just don't know. But when I'm talking about environmentalists who have fallen for this stuff and they've been working in this field for decades now and still haven't figured it out, they're just taking it for granted, right? Because they're not looking closer. They were told in school that it's real, and it's a religion for them at this point. They believe it. It's dogma. The preacher told them it's true, and they aren't questioning it. And if you're not questioning, you stopped fucking learning. So you're useless. You're useless. You're just performing a function. You're a cog in the machine. Donald says, Mr. Lee, this was a long time ago when his channel was young. Mr. Lee says, Donald, I did watch then, not now. Tim Boy says, what did y'all think about the live wires experience? Mr. Lee says, Timmy, that about sums it up, Mr. Lee, says Timmy Boy. Quick Witty says, Mr. Lee, Bigfoot Odyssey is a money grab. The latest stuff is just bad. Carrie is saying out loud, I hope I get rich from this. Yeah, and people will throw money at him. They will throw money at him. And they will get nowhere. They will get nothing but more stories and more nothing burger documentaries. You got Zasky who's trying to act like he's able to take pictures of these things anytime he damn well wants. He had Noel up there who takes pictures of porcupines and claims them that they're Sasquatch. He had a fucking Beast TV guy, Mark, who helped to cover up the theft of audio by Debbie Jones, who got caught doing it. And this was brought up the other night by the guest on Something to Sasquatch About, and they dropped my name. They said, I think Lockbeard was talking about this. He played a portion of a video that someone made covering this. Yeah. Thank you for mentioning me, Sean. Thank you. And so I returned a favor, bring up Something to Sasquatch About. His guest the other night talked about that, and she was allowed to go on to their channels Well, I can't remember which one. I think it was one or the other, but those two guys go together, Mark and Larry. Anyway, and they allowed her to sit there and deny and claim this bullshit story about how she mixed up files or some bullshit. Anyway, no, she stole the audio and tried to pass it off as her own. That's what she did. Wasn't your audio. Why did you even fucking do that? The people in the audience in the video called you out. Beast, Bigfoot evidence analyst, blah, blah, blah. We're supposed to trust you guys as someone who analyzes Bigfoot evidence when you're willing to help someone cover up the fact and lie on your channels about stealing fucking evidence. I don't trust you guys with Bigfoot evidence. Okay, I can't trust you with Bigfoot evidence after that shit. I can't. You know, I hate to be, you know, that hard. You guys seem nice. I see why you were stuck between a rock and a hard place on the damn thing, but the reality is you know, at this point you guys need to just sit down and say, look, we're kind of fucked. Either we got to expose her if we're fucking real Bigfoot evidence analysts. We need to expose her and just take the heat, or we get out of this whole thing. We get out of Bigfoot. We go do something else. We stop, because we're going to have to admit that we fucking helped her lie about stealing audio. Anyway, he brought a bunch of people down there, and then some people who I think are legit. You know, like Mogs. Mogs is there, and you know, was questioning the lights. You know, instead of just run, oh, it's orbs. No, well, he's like, no, I think they're cars. I think they're cars. But if you got people who are not willing to consider that they might have been mistaken about what they saw, does this sound familiar? But Mogs was willing to consider that what they saw was not some kind of mystical orb, but was actually the result of cars' headlights. So it's unfortunate. It's you know, and he may not get invited back, right? Because they need people to toe the party line, right? So you'll see Zasky. You might see Noel again. You might see the others. You won't see them. You won't see the people that are really going to call out, you know, potential mistakes and say, you know, because the orbs on video sell, right? People are willing to pay. They're throwing money at Bigfoot Odyssey. Go look at his chat. It's loaded with people with little dollar signs. I wouldn't begrudge him that, except it's all based on lies and bullshit. You know, you're allowed to make money, but it's based on bullshit. So no, I'm not having that. Boy says Sasquatch theory isn't far behind. Mr. Lee says Quick Witty upsets me because I invested my time, not my money, but my time in that show. And time is money, Mr. Lee. Time is money. And that's one thing I've been trying to tell people. It's like, look, you know, if you're going to properly investigate into these things, you really got to be able to go out there week after week after week. And no, you know, you can't do the weekend warrior shit and expect to get too much out of it. You're going to get some. If you're good, you might get a lot. But this really needs to be treated as a job. And you need to be, if you're going to be a Bigfoot, you're truly going to investigate this, and you're really doing it, not going out there just to look, I saw a structure. Here's the film. Okay, that's great and all, but you can't prove that's Bigfoot structure. I mean, I showed structures the other day on a video, except I was just saying they're not fucking Bigfoot. You know, it's kind of poking fun at the people who show structures all the time and have zero proof that Bigfoot does that shit. Zero. So, yeah. So time is money, Mr. Lee. Time is money. Yeah. You might as well. You might as well give money. Donald says Team Boy, not sure about the one. That one, the shadow on the ground, was interesting. Moving your whole family out there because of these things is intriguing. Oh, you're talking about Livewire, like fleeing the place. Quick wait, he says, Mr. Lee, well, you're better off now. I watched a video from the Tennessee conference. Carrie and Mark both looked sad because no one knew they were knew who they were. Is that what you mean? Carrie was denied as a speaker. Ha ha. Yeah. I'm going to be amused by that. Timmy Chessboard says, Lockbird, you ever take a picture with a lens without glass? Well, yeah. You got me on that, but not through a window. Don't take pictures through a window. Too much shit reflects. Mr. Lee says, quick Weddy, I'm getting to know the real now. Team Boy says, hard to say, Donald. Mr. Lee says, Mogs, my man, and Lockbeard. Donald says, I don't really take anything they do too serious. They hung out with Bear and Kumbo, who have some of the most outlandish stories in this subject. Team Boy says, they're hilarious liars, Donald. Oh, looky here. We got another spam bot. Audio spam bot. Mr. Lee says, uh-oh. Yeah, uh-oh, Mr. Lee. I've never used that function before. Did that put a star next to your name, Mr. Lee? Because I never used that before, but... Or is that just something I can see? I don't know all the functionality of this stupid thing. Mr. Lee says, I am so tempted to click on the box, on the bot. Don't click on the bot, Mr. Lee. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, I'm going to try and go in from the YouTube end here. Okay, I'm going to try and go in from the YouTube end. Yep, heard that. Yeah, see, I can see more of it over here. I certainly don't see a star. I guess that thing leaves a star just for me in StreamYard. I guess to mark a comment for something, I guess. Anyway, if I get way behind in chat like I did earlier, and I know we've been playing around with this idea. I'm really, really, really reluctant to do moderators, but I think Mr. Lee is okay. He can be a moderator. Donald says, Mr. Lee, don't do it. You will end up in kitty porn. Yeah, you never know, man. You don't want to. You'll end up in the dark areas of the interwebs. Quick Witty says, Mr. Lee, Carrie, and Mark are starting to look foolish, trying to explain why their scientific discoveries are all behind a paywall. Watch them dance around the topic. Yeah. Yeah, there are no scientific discoveries. If what Pat said was true the other night, well, one, I would because I don't know it's true, right? I haven't seen evidence for this. He was saying that that Mark Zaski is actually placing some form of artwork in the woods and taking pictures of that and calling it Bigfoot, if I'm understanding correctly. Well, that's a new level, because he was saying, "Oh, it's not pareidolia. It's not pareidolia." He said he's actually creating false images of Sasquatch and taking pictures of them. If that's the case, has anyone got evidence of that? Was really what I need to know. Has anyone got any evidence of that? Mr. Lee says, "Quick witty, they upset me when they started to get money from peeps and ask for all membership." Well, what do you mean ask for all membership? Were they trying to make everybody become a member? Or, because channels like they'll say, well, we have this, they're trying to entice people to become members of their channel, right? I guess it makes sense. If you become a paying member of the channel, then there's extra this, and that you get. And that whole idea exhausts me just thinking about it. I'm a member of one channel, and I didn't do it for the perks. I did it because I support that channel. You know what I mean? So hopefully, if YouTube will quit taking away my subs, because I can't get over 1,000 subs. Once I get to 1,000 subs, I can be monetized and do the whole membership stuff, I think. And I'll actually have a community tab and stuff like that. But the idea of having special perks for people to become membership just exhausts me. And yeah, if people want to support the channel, then they can support it by membership if they like. I think that's just straight up an honest situation, right? You need to be bribed to join the channel in a membership scenario with well, gosh, like the channel I'm a member with, I guess you have the opportunity to actually make phone calls with him. Well, I'm not going to make phone calls to him. But yeah, anyway, it's a weird thing. Tim Boy says no wrench for Mr. Lee. Lockbeard. Oh, it's too late. I already gave it to him. Quick Witty says doesn't surprise me. Where can I see that, Lock? See what? I guess I'm 2 minutes behind. There's not that many chats, but I guess 2 minutes behind. Where can you see what? Donald Fuller says, I think he's using CGI to enhance the pareidolia. Okay, so there's another one. So again, we'd have to see some evidence of that. Now, Pat was saying he's actually using his own artwork to make it look like there's Sasquatch in the pictures. Mr. Lee says, on Bigfoot Odyssey, I never wanted membership. Mr. says, Donald, I agree. You think he's using CGI? Donald says, keep putting out your bee and turtle type videos. You will grow. Hope so. The turtle season's pretty much over. Like, see, the turtles get to moving around a lot in the spring. And so they're not really, like, in the summertime, they're all hunkered down. Like, you're like, dude, it's too fucking hot. And it's not, breeding season's over and, all that stuff. So, I pretty much, I put all the turtle videos that I have for now. So it'll be next spring probably for that. Trying to get used to filming stuff. Like, I've been to so many places where I didn't film stuff. I'm throwing a bunch of pictures together. Like we'll go through some pictures with some places I did go, and I didn't film anything, but I mean I took pictures of a few things, but at these different places I went to, and again saw nothing that was really squatchy. Like some of the pictures are from the diamond mine. I didn't actually take pictures of any diamond mining going on. I took pictures of some natural stuff around the mine that just I thought were neat. But when I was at the mine, I did like go put apples in the woods while I was there, because that's in southwest Arkansas. That's some wilderness down there. A lot of that is right by the wilderness anyway. And someone had recently said that they found a Sasquatch footprint in the diamond mine. So figured what could have hurt. Go back and check where I put the apples. Nothing had taken them. So if they were there, maybe they just didn't want my apples. Mr. Lee says, Team Boy, you knucklehead. Quick Witty says, Mr. Lee, Zasky's area is supposedly so active, but they decided to leave and go make documentaries with the other people. Where can we see Pat talking about the Bigfoot art? It was in the chat on my last live stream. Was it the last live stream? Is either it's one of the last two live streams, definitely. But I think it was Saturday night. Anyway, he was talking about it in the chat. Quick Witty. But again, I don't know if there's proof of that. I don't know if there's any proof of that. Like them videos. Anybody says, don't block me, Patrick. I mean, Mr. Lee. Whoa, wait, what? Hold on a second. Mr. Lee says, Team Boy, I never block no one. Never. Yeah, if it's a bot, you know, like those ones that we got hit with a while ago. Yeah, but I mean, Mr. Lee knows how it goes over here. If people want to come in and talk shit, they can talk shit in the chat. I'm not going to put them on the damn screen and let them talk shit, but you know, that's a little much to expect from me. But I like to try and let the chat be as free speech as possible, unless they are just being a complete douche nozzle. And I'm sure someone's going to try and test the limits. I mean, at some point, if they're disrupting the chat, then maybe we can talk. But about blocking them. Timmy Boy says, you're okay in my book, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee says, Patrick even blocked me. Yeah, he blocked me too. He blocked me too. You might as well just put a big old sign, a big old neon sign on his fucking forehead saying, I am full of shit. Because people that are full of shit block. People that are full of shit are the ones that block everybody when they disagree with them. Mr. Lee says, and that douche nozzle Long Island Bigfoot. Yeah. Yeah. Done proved. And again, you know, he's taken down all the old stuff in his community tab. So I don't know that there'll be discovery of any more incidences of him stealing people's pictures and claiming them to be his own. But I showed the proof that he did that here. So months ago. Team Boy says, Patrick plus question equals block. Yes. Mr. Lee says, some people so touchy. Geez. Yeah. Yeah. If I say something's questionable, question. Please question. Look, I mean, I don't know how much I can stress this. If I am wrong, then please tell me when I'm wrong. Show me how I'm wrong so that I can be right, just like you. I want to be right, right? Everybody wants to be right. But I certainly don't want to be wrong and think I'm right. And then everybody's like, you look like a complete goddamn idiot because you got to prove I'm wrong. You got to prove it. But, if you can't prove it, then what the fuck? What kind of bullshit you trying to pull on me, right? But Donald says, go to Kerr Lake and get a tour on the SV Seeker. You can kayak out to the boat and tour it on Saturdays. Really? Well, he's a ways past me at this point. I don't know if that's a feasible thing for me to do. I'll think about it, see if maybe I can make it happen. But Quick Witty says, I'll check it out. Tim Boy says, last chat, Quick Witty. Was it the last one? Was it the last one? Yeah, Quick Witty, I got Saturdays. I have the live stream called Phenomena, LOCKBEARD Phenomena, where that's where we main where it's all paranormal, and then random lives happen just different times, and there could be any kind of subject matter. Like the other day, I did one with about Donald Trump, about the FBI raid. And then the upload videos, they're not live streams. They're just uploading videos and pictures and stuff that I got. And Donald says, Mr. Lee, LAB zapped me too. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, everyone that's full of shit will block you. Because they can't defend themselves. I mean, I presented the proof right here. So LIB fucking knows there is absolutely no point talking to me because I already know. As Satch pointed out, I put gig instead of jig on that thing. The jig is up. The jig is up. I know what he did, and I don't really think much of him. And I'm not buying into his mind speak bullshit. I'm not buying into it. Why should I believe him? He hasn't proven to me that he's honest. He's proven to me that he's dishonest, and so I'm not goddamn interested in what the fuck he has to say, and I'm not going to be very quick to believe anything he has to say. So yeah, adios, LAB. Goodbye. You have proven yourself part of the bullshit end of Bigfoot. Mr. Lee says, Donald, yeah, who cares? Not me. The whole thing of the old place, if you be truthful, please don't lie, man. Yeah, Mr. Lee. Timmy Boy says, there's a way to question, and I don't think I know the way yet. Donald says, it's a pretty cool boat for being built in a guy's yard in the hood of Tulsa. Yeah. The Batmom says, you're wrong in the way of using Stevie, Judy, and Jay's situation as an example of sorts for a few reasons. They just experienced it. Some of them are more traumatized than the others, it seems, so they need more time to process it before they should have ever said anything publicly, honestly. Perhaps, but the longer it goes on, the more their memories fade and their mind starts putting things together. I'm glad to hear that they were talking about, but they were still talking about it, days later, about writing it down while it was still fresh in their head, because the details change. The memory changes, and yeah. So maybe they didn't have to talk about it, but immediately. But definitely at least write it down and resist the urge to change it because the memory, because, well, even Stevie was correcting Jay because Jay was misremembering some things. And that's only going to increase as time goes on. Team Boy says, I seem to get blocked after I ask questions. I obviously don't know how to ask unoffensive questions, Mr. Lee. Yeah, some people are a little grating, blah, blah, blah. But ask away. You don't ask questions, you don't get to the truth. That Mall says because they aren't ready for the questions that will be asked of them. There's so many unanswered questions that they haven't answered, but the situation that they put themselves in by talking about it, and I guess more is to come there from the Bat Mom. Tim Boy says, then they should not have told their story, Bat Mom. Yeah. And that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate it has to be like that, right? Ideally, we want everybody to just tell a story. Tell it now, tell it immediately, and let the chips fall where they may. But, we got this weird crap going on and people being funny about stuff. Just tell the story. Just tell a story. Just tell it. I mean, you're fine. You've made it back to civilization. Yay! You're gonna be fine. Best thing you can do is tell people now, and take people to the site now. Immediately, go. Because every moment that passes is a lost opportunity for evidence. There might be there might have been DNA on that tree. There might have been. If I could stand at the site that they were at and use the video to pinpoint that tree that appears to be, they say, there was an entity kind of hugging it or wrapped around it or something, then there's possibly DNA on that tree that needs to be collected. You should be able to go pick that out that tree. Probably not now. It's washed away. You go to the scene of the crime immediately. That's why you call the cops. You find someone dead, you don't wait 3 weeks. Yeah, the police. There's a dead guy laying over here in a dumpster. The real crime is the trash guys haven't come to empty the dumpster, but there's a dead guy in it. You guys might want to come out here, next, couple of weeks. Oh, shit. Mr. Lee says, Batmom, you cool. Team Boy says, I know Mr. Lee. Oh, no, you said Timmy Boy. Well, Batmom's cool, too. Team Boy says, I know Mr. Lee. Batmom says, there's so many unanswered questions that they haven't answered, but the situation that they put themselves in by talking about it. There's no situation that they put themselves in other than the opportunity to find out what they saw, by sending other people out there, by saying, hey, you guys go check this place out. The situation, if there's any kind of contentious situation, it's created by refusing to allow an investigation to occur. Which kind of, isn't that what we're here for? At least some of us. Isn't that what we're here for? But an investigation is not being allowed. Quickwitty says, I'm looking at the pictures and the video, not the story, and they are filming, they are describing what's happening, and I just don't see it. It's light throughout trees. Chessboard says, blessing to all, gotta get up at 6. All right, man, thanks for coming. Boy says, later, Chessboard. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, I know what you're saying, but everyone getting a bit upset. So let us just give the time to process this shit in their heads. Mr. Lee. Batman says, was unfortunately asking for it only in the sense that Stevie needs to process it. Jay seemed to mix up a few of the details, but Stevie corrected him. Should speak pretty strong for at least what Stevie saw was really there. Well, so he was mistaken. But what if she's mistaken about him being mistaken? You know what I mean? Like, we don't know. The story isn't lining up already. See what I mean? We need other eyes on the site where we needed it, but it's probably too late. There's so much that, there could have been footprints, there could have been DNA evidence, perhaps even the entities themselves could have been still in the area, and maybe now they're not. They moved on. I would almost want to talk to the cop, except I don't think that cop knows shit. I don't think that cop knows anything. Just judging by some of the stuff they said about their conversation with him, I don't think the cop knows anything. Timbo says they should have went back as soon as they got to Mogs. Yes, exactly. If I had been there, that would be what I would insist happens. It's just so unfortunate that we are going to spin our wheels forever on these kinds of subjects. Mr. Lee was right. If I was there and I thought I saw something in the woods, I'm heading right for it. I've wandered the woods my whole life, and nothing's ever attacked me. Even when I was way smaller an individual than I am now, I'm literally twice the weight I was. Well, even more so than when I was wandering around the woods, and I'd usually go by myself, and I was not armed. So I am not convinced that there's anything out there that's really too horribly dangerous, or maybe I was just lucky. But at any rate, at this point, I give zero fucks. I will walk right towards whatever the fuck it is. They say, "Hey, Bigfoot, let's have a chat." Or you white thing, whatever the fuck you are, you whatever fucking miserable existence you have. Let's talk. If anybody gets the reference there. There was a bit of a reference there to something, to somebody. They should have went back as soon as they got to Mogs. Yeah, maybe not them, or I don't know. It sounds like Jay had the wits about him to go and investigate the thing. Like, he wasn't so spooked that he wasn't willing to go out there and try to look. So maybe just he could take some people back, or could have. But so I just don't know what the hell. what's going on? What's going on here? You know, I mean, it was a perfect, isn't that's what we're looking for? Opportunities to investigate into paranormal stuff, cryptids, and all that stuff. Isn't that what we're all about? I say we, whoever the fuck we are, right? Bunch of people on YouTube, but but I've had limited opportunities of actually being able to go and check on something immediately. Very limited. Because of all these roadblocks, all these problems, people, scared to talk for decades. People who don't want to reveal the location for this reason or that reason, whatever stuff they come up with, So, yeah, I think it would have been, that's exactly what would happen if I was there. I have a feeling that if you were there, you would be going as well. That mom says, you got a little excited though earlier, Lucky, with beating this like a dead horse. It's a little too much overkill. I mean, is it though? Is it? I mean, there's some issues here. There's some issues here. And part of the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing here is I'm trying to get rid of these roadblocks to any kind of progress here. And what's worse is we got some people who say they don't want progress. We don't want Bigfoot discovered, blah, blah, blah. Then why the fuck why are you listening to me if you don't want Bigfoot discovered? You want to go and listen to stories. Go over to How to Hunt. Go over to some go listen to stories if you want to listen to stories. I mean, I appreciate people you want to watch my channel, but I'm not interested in just hearing stories for the next 50 years. I'm interested in actually getting somewhere with discovering what these things are. Are they a threat? How do we defend ourselves against that threat? How do we repeatably and reliably observe these things and collect scientific evidence? So what is the rest of the rest of the Bigfoot community, I've been thinking maybe 90% of them aren't interested in what I just said. And now I'm starting to wonder here, maybe it's even more. 99% are not interested in what I just fucking said. I mean, is this what people want? Forever just asking for more stories and just never getting any questions answered? Because that seems like where we've been for a long time. Donald says, looked like it was humping the tree. Mr. Lee says, Donald, everyone getting frustrated though, Mogs. A show seemed to be all about that. It's much more though. I think we should move on a bit though. Timmy Boy says, tree humpers are dangerous, Donald. The Bat Mom says, I do understand where you should speak about what you saw while it's fresh. I know that in my situation, a lot of things happened that didn't make sense because I didn't have all the pieces. Once those little pieces come up, memories I had forgotten popped in months later. That mom says they don't own the rim. You can go at any moment to go research it. Yeah, except the exact location, and that's where, if there was any evidence, it would be. In this case, so now you're like the rims. It's very vast area. So you're throwing a dart at a very large board, and whereas there might have been possible evidence at a certain location, confirmed, at least as far as they believe, they saw something there, and that chance is well, it's gone, right? It's gone. So I'm with Timmy on this. Somebody like a group of people should have really. I mean, we're cryptid people. We're all people interested in cryptids, and I'm like, I mean, apparently there was some cryptids there, and there could have been footprints, could have been DNA, something. So I just don't know. Tim Boy says, "What did you expect, Mr. Lee? People in our little group have a experience, and we just ignore it. That's not happening here. Come on, man." Mr. Lee says, "Batmom, I'm going with Lockbeard and Donald." The Batmom says, "It's their experiences, but not their mountain." Well, I don't know how that has anything to do with what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is this is a community. This is the whole thing. We got all those people over there throwing money at 168 so that Carrie can cut Mogs out and CVB out. And meanwhile, we had ourselves potentially a really good opportunity to investigate. There was a group of cryptid investigators, if they are all referring themselves to that, or at least people interested in cryptids, right there. They had the experience. Now, I don't think Jay considers himself that, but an investigator, but he's just someone that had an experience. But there were others there that may be able to fall into that category. Or if they don't want to, then I don't know, jump online and tell some others and say, look, this is some shit that happened. This is where it happened. If you want to go and see if you can find any evidence, this is your opportunity. You're always needing those opportunities to collect DNA, to collect footprint cast. Donald says, Mr. Lee, I'm done with it here, not wanting it investigated. Tells me, sorry. Donald says, Mr. Lee, I'm done with it. Her not wanting it investigated tells me everything. Mr. Lee says, Tammy Boy, I expected this, yes. Tammy Boy says, they should have expected it too, Mr. Lee. That mom says, yes, I see what you mean. It's because they haven't told the full experience. They might be skipping a lot of what really happened because what we heard doesn't make sense. Timmy Boy says, I'm sure they did. Or Mr. Lee says to Timmy Boy, I'm sure they did. Timmy Boy says, then why are people getting frustrated? Mr. Lee says, Timmy Boy, that's what happens when you are uncomfortable or unable to answer questions. That mom says, how many situations have we all been in that it's looking back, we would have said, I would have done this and I would have done that. But then in that situation, when it's happening, it doesn't go as you pictured it would have. If somebody was hunting you, you would think I'm going to be there, but and do this and do that and hurt them back, but in the moment trying to block the punches and trying to survive, that you didn't have a thought in your mind to put together for that split moment while being hurt to grab something to hit the person with it. Okay. Mr. Lee says it's been I've been interrogated many times. I always keep quiet. Says Mr. Lee. Team Boy says, lawyer up, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee says, yes, sir, Timmy. Team Boy says, they never seemed on in serious danger, Batmom. In any serious danger. Batmom says, Bigfoot has been discovered by real people. It's not important that science discovered it. I completely disagree with that. No flammers need to go, says Batmom. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard round and round in circles. Yes, no real answers. Yes. Absolutely sick of it. Been watching, Bigfoot documentaries and all this stuff, seeing, books and no. We got to stop playing around. But it's just, there's just all this stuff. It's humans that are holding us back. Bigfoot don't have to do anything. It's the damn humans. The water's so muddy with all the scam artists and the hoaxers, and as it is. That mom says, Timmy Boy, but to them, they thought they were stranded in an unknown area, not a lot of traffic, hungry. That could be traumatic. Timmy Boy says they didn't seem to be too upset. Batmom says, almost all police logs are public. You can fill out the public information request from that police station, and you can get the cops' notes as well as the call log. I contacted them by email, and they said they don't have a log, or at least they don't put out a public log or something. So I don't know. The police log will have the address on it, Locke, says Batmom. Well, it's supposed to, but there was a little town I used to work in and live in that where the cop kept writing on purpose. He was writing the wrong address on the tickets because he was out of his jurisdiction where he was writing all the tickets on the highway. And it was, he was the officer of the town, and he's not supposed to have been doing that on the highway. And he got in some trouble. So I wouldn't put it past the police in this situation if they are trying to hide something out there, location of it or whatever it is. Putting an address, maybe he may have just put the address on the rim road, right? So, but they told me they don't have a sheriff's log. Uncle Bone says the Batmom, yes, on the OnStar told the cop where they were, except they were saying that they were getting 3 different coordinates. So I don't know how that works out, but Batmom says, so who said that they didn't want anyone to investigate? I didn't catch if anyone said that. Well, if you won't release the location, the investigation's over, right? I mean, it can't happen. So if somebody was murdered and you don't have the address where they were murdered, you can't investigate the crime scene. Game over. You've been shut down. Mr. Lee says, you must understand folks start talking about what happened and there are uncomfortable questions. It always happens. Yeah, Mr. Lee. All I know is I'm starting to get the feeling that it's just absolutely, this is one of those cases that's just got to be scrubbed, right? Got to be scrubbed. With the, the suggestion that, oh well, we didn't have to talk. The suggestion that you just be lucky that you heard what you heard. We can hold you hostage, but we're not releasing any more information. And how you like that? Nana boo boo. That's what the fucking feeling I'm getting. A little bit at this point. So, we might as well scrap it. It's complete waste. The story means nothing. We really just got to assume that, they were mistaken because we can't prove shit. We weren't allowed to prove shit. We weren't allowed to go to the site. We weren't allowed to know where it happened. And we're got this whole deal where people do. And so sick of it. Oh, I didn't have to tell you. Well, no, you didn't. But you didn't have to say that to me either. And you just didn't. I shouldn't have to try and walk on eggshells because someone might get upset and not want to talk. I'm not gonna fucking do it. I'm not gonna do it. If you don't want to talk, fine. Then your story is meaningless, right? It means nothing. It's not gonna contribute in any way. If you don't want to contribute, why are you even here? My goal is discover what these things are, help humanity, find out if there's any dangers. If we got children disappearing in the woods because of some of these entities, then it is all of our duty to do everything that we can to learn as much as we can about these things. And so I'm sick of dealing with all these goddamn games. I'm goddamn sick of all these games. Now, people can get mad at me for saying it this way if they want, but I think some people are actually liking this, right? They're like, this is what we fucking need. We don't need all these goddamn fucking games anymore. We need to fucking do this shit and stop playing these games. We got too much bullshit from the hoaxers, the liars and the thieves, the LIBs, the fucking Dark Waters, the Carrie Arnolds. We've got enough of that bullshit. Got enough of that bullshit as it is. And then with the people that are on the supposedly on the logical side of this thing are holding this back too. In a lot of cases, they're nice people, but they're holding us back. And there's all these games, and we didn't have to tell you anything, and blah blah blah. Okay, whatever. Then you just stop talking, right? Okay, whatever. Just go tell it to someone in private. I don't know if you want to talk. But this is tiring. This is tedious. It's just a goddamn mess. I don't care. Yeah, everyone has a right to not say anything. But it is a goddamn fact that it is unethical not to say anything when it could potentially contribute to knowledge that could save lives. And it could potentially be that case, right? Because some people are insisting some of these things are dangerous. People are scared of these things. Well, if we figure out the nature of these things, then we can figure out, okay, yeah, these things are out here. This is what they are. They're not really a threat. Then people can go out in the woods, and when they encounter these things, they won't have to go through that terror. But because we can't seem to get there, essentially the people that are creating the roadblock to getting there are helping to terrorize people in the future. Again, I'm not the best at expressing shit. I'm trying to, and hopefully people are starting to see kind of where my mind is on this stuff and what I'm trying to say and where we need to go, what we need to do, what we need to fucking accomplish, and why some people, some very good people, are still creating a roadblock to getting where we do need to go. We do need to go. We do need to go to these spots. We do need to figure out what these things are. Even if it's nothing. And it might be nothing. But we need to figure that out. So that people aren't scared. So it isn't this big fucking thing, right? You know, it isn't there was something in the woods watching this, you know. Yeah, Donald says, the Bat Mom, Stevie don't want us going there. Yeah. And there's a problem. And that's why I'm like, at this point, I'm like, we pretty much got to scrap this entire encounter, right? They might as well have not said anything at all because it's become completely useless and it's been called into question because of gatekeeping, right? We were not given the opportunity to, at least, if not the people that were there, maybe someone else, maybe there were some people that were closer in Arizona that could have gone to the site and maybe found some evidence for something. Maybe it confirmed that what they saw, or maybe discovered that they were mistaken. Either way, we needed that information, and it was not allowed, and it was roadblocked. It was roadblocked. So yeah. So if people want to get mad that we're saying these things, well, and we didn't have to say anything. Well, okay, then just don't say anything. Whatever. But don't try to hold something over my head like that. We didn't have to say anything. We could just not talk. Yeah, don't even try that with me, because I've already said in the past, we don't need more fucking stories. We need more fucking evidence. This is goddamn pissing me off. Mr. Lee sees it. I know it's pissing me off at this point because some of the shit that's being said to me right now is bullshit. Is absolutely bullshit. Fucking another bot. Try to block it. Did Mr. Lee already block it? That Mom says, Uncle Bones, yes, the police log will give the exact coordinates of where they were. There's information you're able to get without what? Donald should give a reason, says Bat Mom. Tim Boy says, Mr. Lee, if you tell this group your experience, hard questions are coming, be prepared. And they should. They absolutely should. They absolutely should. Ask the questions. Investigate the thing. Make sure that the person isn't mistaken. Even if it's me. If I come back here and tell you I just saw Bigfoot out in these woods, you want to go look at the site and see if you find something that I didn't find, because you guarantee I'm fucking going to be trying to get evidence myself. But I'll tell you, shit, I will tell you. Come here. Here's the exact site. Come look if you want to look. Prove to me maybe I mistook a bear. I don't think I would mistake a bear. But I think there's a lot of people out there that would, that could, and would actually believe that they couldn't possibly mistake a bear. So I have to accept that maybe I'm one of them, right? That I don't believe that I can mistake a bear for a Bigfoot, but it's possible. Mr. Lee says, I wish that they never said nothing because it's upsetting me a bit. Just saying. Well, yeah, because the questions are coming, and then the road blocking thing, and I don't like it when people do this thing where they try to hold it over your head. Oh, I got this story, but we didn't have to tell you. We got more to the story, and we're not going to tell you though. You know what? Then get out of here with your story, then, because it's just a story now. You say you don't care if people believe. Yeah, okay, then whatever. Whatever. Just don't try to hold something over my goddamn head, though. Mr. Lee is lacking. That mom says, no one will give you the answers. You can talk about it all day, but until you yourself go find the answers, then you're just staying in the same pond as everyone else. Mr. Lee, don't be sad, says that mom. Mr. Lee says, boy, I got it. I just checking out for best content. Donald says, no, she just said me and Lockbeard were not getting directions to the spot. Yeah. At first, I might have been willing to just, say screw it, take on some debt to actually get a good, but it's, who knows how many times it's rained at this point. There's so much evidence that could be just flat out gone. Yeah. Have to be specific when you ask for anything, everything you want: dash cam, body cam, police report, police notes. You put it all down. Says Batmom. Mr. Lee says, I don't want no one to be upset, that's all. Timmy Boy says, I don't want answers, I want the truth, and that may be different from their answers, and that's okay. I would want to know if my experience could be explained differently. Exactly.
You can't handle the truth.
Boom. Slackmate's here. He says, up, Lockbeard, and 3PO just subscribed again. Again? What happened before? That one says, it's a pain to get the public info, but the wording is important. You asked for everything that they could have, and they will have to give the items to you if they were created in the first place. Uncle Bone says, Mr. Lee, at this point, fuck them, piss everybody off. Yeah. Just games, man. I'm feeling like sometimes the games. Batmom says, complete waste. You just did hours on what you think should be done, but now you're going to scrap it. Do your due diligence and research for yourself. Batmom, don't you understand? You have to go to the scene of the murder, and the location was not given in a timely manner, which it would need to be done to get any evidence that was there. If there was footprints, if there was DNA, something. So with every moment that passes, there's less opportunity for going to the site to matter, right? It's for the it's exponential how far the situation degrades. So where you can't just go years later, and because people are going to the Patty site, right, and trying to figure shit out years later. Well, a lot changes over those years. A lot changes in days. And so the best thing I can see at this point is for this to be the learning experience, right? To learn that when shit goes down like this is what we need to do different. We need to do different. We need to learn from this, because we're not going to be learning anything from the experience that they had, the site. It's been roadblocked. So it's my challenge. I don't know how, do we need to codify this somewhere where we say, look, this is how we handle this shit. We don't, this is what we do. This is what we don't do. If we want to get evidence, because the opportunities for evidence, you could say it like that, say, well, you need to go out and look. I've been in the woods my whole damn life. Apparently there's a degree of chance to deal with. I haven't run across a Bigfoot that I can confirm anyway. So you have to wait for something to happen and then go there immediately. Just like when a crime happens. But everything is working against you on that. Everything. And the end result is here we are. This shit's been going on for decades, and we got nowhere. We got someone over here claiming they got the footprints figured out. We got someone over here claiming they got blood samples and DNA, and it's all looking like it's nothing. It's not doing anything for us. We still are not able to observe reliably and repeatedly, be able to take a scientist out and say, you know, this is what you have to do to be able to observe these forest people without affecting them, without scaring them off, without them knowing you're there. We haven't figured that out yet. We don't got any physical evidence, really. I mean, unless you consider footprints, but like, I mean, the biological samples, blood, a body of some kind, we don't got it. We can't get close enough to them. We can't get close enough to them to observe them enough and then wait and say, okay, this one, we just observed that one died of old age here. And we saw what they did with the body, and we'll keep watching them, wait for them to leave the area, and then we'll go and retrieve the body. But we need to get there. And that's going to take time. It's going to take a lot of time and a lot of dedication. And all we really got is people, because everyone's got jobs, or they're just bullshit artists, one or the other, or both, you know. I mean, a lot of people that might be interested in what I'm trying to describe here, they don't have the time. They got jobs and stuff to do. And then a lot of people in the Bigfoot community are just simply, they're not looking to actually find anything, really. They're just going out. They're going to sit around a campfire and tell some stories, you know, maybe old Bear step up and talk about that time he killed 3 Bigfoots, and again, more nothing burger. Timmy Boy says, but it can't go forward without them cooperating. That mom says, Timmy, they don't own anything except from their experience. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, the peeps upset, don't want to talk. Makes no sense to go on about it, really. You know that. I gotta disagree. What we seen happen here, like I just said a while ago, is what we need to make sure don't happen in the future. We need to use this as a learning experience and say, look, in the future, things need to go down different. If you're serious about trying to figure out the truth about cryptids, we got to do things differently from what this situation happened here. And you need to get someone on site as soon as possible, and then start ruling out anything that's wrong, looking for evidence. Make sure they weren't mistaken, if you can figure that out. Batmom says, we can't seem to get there because people complaining doesn't go out, find it themselves. Mr. Lee says, it is getting on my nerves a bit, that I'm so sorry to everyone, but there can be no resolution. Batmom says, there is no we, Locky, who is going to take care of you when there's danger. You are all you got. So if you want answers, only you can get them by putting boots on the ground. Well, there we go with that stuff again. I don't know how else to say the problem with that line of thinking. Timmy Boy says, how we have an encounter we can't find. Yeah, I mean, I've had plenty of opportunity in the woods to have an encounter, and it just hasn't happened. I have to wait for someone else to have an encounter and be ready to go immediately to that spot to see what I can find evidence wise. I'm in the woods some, but I've been in the woods a lot more than your average person in my lifetime, and haven't run across a Sasquatch. So again, it's a degree of chance. You know, I haven't been lucky enough, I guess. But you know, people tell me, "Oh, you need to have boots on the ground." What? You go have these glorified camping trips that some of these guys are having? You want to go hang out with Beast TV while they're sitting there having a little camping trip, trying to figure out how they're going to misanalyze some evidence again? No. That ain't getting anybody anywhere. You know, especially going in groups. I'm not really for the going in groups thing. I go in the woods alone, and I feel like any of these things are going to be more likely to approach someone if they're alone because of the lower threat level. You know, but a big group of people is a lot of foots breaking twigs. It's a lot of foots breaking twigs. And you know, you're just looking at chaos if something goes down, right? You know, can you guarantee that everyone that's there is going to keep their head? I can't guarantee that. Is somebody going to be armed and take and open fire and fuck everything up? That's a possibility. A lot of shit can go wrong. The more people are there, the more shit can go wrong. Batmom says, go around the road block blocky. There's a lot of space out there. I don't know where they were at. Batmom says, Team Boy, I think outside the box. You guys are looking for answers in just those three people, and yet calling it quits because there's no other way. WTF. The police are not responding to Donald, and they told me when I asked about a sheriff's log that they don't have a sheriff's log. So, what else you want me to do? Uncle Bone says the footprint by the tree was not documented. Lockbeard, I understand. Well, what footprint? I'm not sure what you're referring to there. Mr. Lee says, Tim Boy, I absolutely agree with you. Tim Boy says, tell me the way, Batmom. I'm all ears. Batmom says, go around the roadblock. Keep asking for a public report till they give it to you. Re-listen to what they have already said and find the clues that will send you to the next clue. Donald says, the Batmom, I emailed the department and haven't heard nothing back. If I got the coordinates, I would be on the fast lane to getting out there. This area is large. I don't have months to look around this. Yeah. And I mean, I don't know where you're at financially, but I'd be going into debt to go out there. You know, that's just the fucking reality. So, as much as I would like to, it would be financially irresponsible for me to do it. Mr. Lee says, it's a big explosion that happened to me one time. Let it go, peeps. Batman says, same boy, think bigger. Rewatch the details they said. That will give you the little hints to look for on the map. Donald Fuller, I mean, I've already done a lot of that, trying to put it together, and you know, they're being so damn vague about stuff that it's really impossible. There's so many possibilities at this point of where they could be, where they could have been, and I can't justify, you know, spending days trying to sort that out. It would take a long time. Or if we went out there and just drove every single road, we better not have a job waiting to come back to, because they're not going to, you know, it's not going to be there. It's going to take months. to investigate the large area that would be necessary to try and make sure that we got anywhere close to where we're at. We need to be standing in the exact spot. We need to be looking exactly at the exact angle that they were, and see what was there. You know, and see, were they mistaken? Maybe they were mistaken. They just thought they saw movement. Maybe there was a trick of the light. You know, we got people saying, well, it couldn't possibly be a trick of the light. Well, you know, I'm sure a lot of people have said that, and in the end, it turns out to be a trick of the light. So why not let someone go look and check? If you're so sure it's not a trick of the light, why can't we go look? Unless somebody's worried we're going to find out it was a trick of the light, you know. I mean, I hate to say it, but there we go. Donald says, place and spend all kinds of money running these roads to find it. Yeah, we're gonna go fucking broke trying to do that. We can't. Uncle Bon says, Batmom, freedom of information. Batmom says the police department has 3 days to find and give the documents. Team Boy says, if you have it, tell it, Batmom. Batmom says it took me literally 3 months to get one report. Mr. Lee says, when this all settled down, it's easier to talk about. You know that. Tim Boy says, that's too late, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee says, anyways, it was my birthday on Tuesday. I'm 49. Yay, Mr. Lee. Happy birthday to Mr. Lee. Batmom says, yes, Lockie, you can get the location by other means. You could have spent these hours that you spent talking when you could have been researching the location. I think that this is a learning experience for the future for everybody. There's a lot of things like, yeah, we might figure out something, but I'm really doubting it right now. And even if we do, we would have to go into debt to go do this. Who's going to pay for that? You know, and then you know, we get out there and you know, somebody wanted this squashed, it's squashed. Whatever. And we go another day with the same old. No answers. Batmom says, happy birthday to Mr. Lee. No answers. Another day. This is my story. If you don't believe me, you're an asshole. Donald says, happy birthday, Mr. Lee. How come you said nothing? I would have sent you the Kawi 750. Have to wait till next year. Team Boy says, we are a month apart. I'm 9-10, Mr. Lee. Batmom says, waiting for something will lead you to nothing. Well, I'm hoping that, you know, at least a few people see this and understand what I'm trying to say here, and how things should go completely differently in future incidents, because this stuff will just keep on happening. You'll keep on having people saying this stuff and trying to hold stuff over your head and saying, well, I didn't have to tell you anything, or I don't want to talk because of this and because you're not going to believe me, and okay, whatever, just shut up. We need to talk to people that who want to actually investigate stuff, who aren't going to sit here and try to, you know, tell me, well, you know, I was afraid people would make fun of me. So, who gives a fuck? Does it matter? I mean, why do you care? I was taught from a young kid, you know, sticks and stones will break my bones, but words will never hurt me, right? People make fun of you, so the fuck what? Why do I give a shit what someone making fun of me thinks? They're insignificant. They're irrelevant. They don't matter. This person is absolutely worthless to me, They're making fun of me. So what? I don't care. Make fun of me. I don't give a fuck. I mean, if you're so ruled by the fear of being made fun of, then, well, that gets into a whole nother analysis of personality. Is this someone that you really want to be getting information from? You think you're really going to get accurate information from someone who thinks like that, who allows what other people think, making fun of them, people that are really insignificant, to affect them in such a way that they're afraid to say certain things that are true, that are absolutely true. Mr. Lee says, I'm trying to change the subject. Oh man, Donald. Batman says, believe me, I know more than most how you need the smoking gun to tie the person on paper to the crime. It doesn't matter that you know for a fact on paper that's shit. Uncle Bone says, Mr. Lee, what you want to talk about? Mr. Lee says, my girlfriend brought me a new iPad. It's plugged in. And congratulations, Mr. Lee. Mom says, you have to change your focus to a different way. Donald says, I'm done with it, Mr. Lee. You won't hear another peep from me about it. Probably a good thing anyways. Batman says, Lucky, you don't have a job. Why can't you go there right now to Arizona? What makes you think I don't have a job? Uncle Bone says, the Batmom, no question for me. Mr. Lee says, Donald, the peeps just need a break, I reckons. Team Boy says, this would be so different if it wasn't people in our little community. I would say they're just full of shit, but I just can't do that with these people. Uncle Bone says, Team Boy, no one's saying they full of shit. Mr. Lee says, Timmy, you cannot because I love them and trust them too. Papa Craig's here. He says, pictures are nothing, footprints cast are nothing, stories are nothing. Sure, a lot of fuss about nothing. Batmom says, because boots on the ground doesn't only apply to Bigfoot research, it can be used to finding your lost cat or taking down the IRS. Well, good luck with the IRS part. Brandy's here. She says, I can't believe this is even a conversation right now. I would be surprised if you were even taken seriously when asking for that location. It's not like y'all are freaking out there all the time. Mr. Lee said, look, Brandy, there's some problems. Again, I'm not the greatest at expressing my thoughts, but we're looking at some of the fundamental problems of why we don't get anywhere in this community with the discovering what we're actually we think is out there. I want more evidence. I know that some people don't. They don't want it discovered, and people who don't want Bigfoot to actually be discovered, I mean, I really don't know why they're, why they would try to change my mind on this matter. I want actual evidence. I want to find the truth of this thing. I want to learn what level of danger it poses and how we can defend ourselves against this, how we can protect our children from the potential dangers when, families are going out into these wilderness areas and sometimes a kid is disappearing. What I'm talking about here could help discover information that will help us to protect future children from disappearing. So I don't see this. This isn't just... this is way more serious to me than a lot of people in the Bigfoot community seem to think it is. And those people that don't want actual discovery to happen, I really wonder, why they don't want it to happen. Why it is because they want to keep the magic, they want to keep the mystery, Well, I don't give a fuck about magic and mystery. I want things to be discovered. I want actual progress and actual science to happen. And it's not goddamn happening. So, those people can, they can be mad at me, they can bitch or whatever, but the reality is I'm not stopping. I'm going to keep going. And if someone looks to be creating a roadblock and slowing things down, I'm going to say it. That's why, when I was totally willing to show that evidence that LIB was stealing people's shit and lying and all that bullshit, because he's muddying the water. He's slowing the whole goddamn thing down. I want actual progress. I want actual science. I want us to actually get somewhere with this shit and not be just talking about, story after story after story. Most of them are just bullshit stories. I'm sick of stories. I don't need fucking stories. I don't even need real stories if people aren't willing to cooperate with the investigation that will actually lead to some fucking evidence. I'm goddamn sick of this shit. I am so goddamn sick of this shit. Mr. Lee says, Pop Craig, words of wisdom right there. Brandy, I'm upset, says Mr. Lee. Batman says, Brandy, they have thrown in the towel like 5 times. If they really wanted to do something about it, then they would stop talking and go do it. No, what I'm doing about it is using this as an example of what we need to make sure doesn't happen in the future. If we want to get anywhere, we need to change the whole goddamn thing. We need to stop some of this stuff that's been happening. If the story, if it's so hard to tell a story, and if the story isn't going to be fully told, and if the location isn't going to be revealed so that people can actually go there and vet the story, see if they can find evidence that supports the story or supports an alternative explanation for what they saw, then the story needs to just not be told, because it's just muddying the water too. It's muddying the water just like people over there making shit up. Might as well. I'm tired of it. I'm goddamn tired of it. And people getting pissed at me because I want actual progress. I want actual evidence. I want people to stop doing things and saying things that prevent us from making progress. Well, I get to demand progress, and I'm going to do it. And this is, I can do it here, and people don't have to come watch me if they don't like it. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't know what else to tell you. I'm sick of people's attitude about this whole thing. Donald says, I'm going to bed. Night, folks. See you later, Donald. Brandy says, lost 12 hours. Nobody wanted to fucking help them. Shots fired on the way out. Let's fucking send more people there. You goddamn right. You goddamn right. People were upset that only one cop came. Well, fuck yeah. I mean, you had people stranded in the woods, and you can hardly get a cop out there. What the fuck? And again, shots fired. Were they being shot at? We hear shots fired all the time around here. People got guns. People go out to shoot for fun. There's no reason to assume that it was malicious. There's no evidence that it was malicious. It could have just been someone out somewhere around there shooting. So of course that gets into some other element of the story, and where trying to say that, well, no, it couldn't possibly be just, it was too close, or I don't know I don't even remember exactly what it was, but it totally could have just been people out shooting their guns recreational. Now maybe it was something worse. I don't know, but again, they told the cop, right? Hopefully they told the cop, and maybe they went and checked on it later or something. I don't know. But the only way we're going to find out is to send more people there. to try and figure out what was going on. So what's the other option? Oh, we're just not going to go there. We're not going to see. We're not going to try and find out. Well, who was shooting? Why were they shooting? Was they doing something illegal? Were they using a weapon they weren't supposed to have? Or were you just supposed to let it just slide? T-Boy says, I'm not saying that Bones, if I didn't know them, I would. That's all I'm saying. UB2. Donald says, thank you, Lockie. Thumbs up, peep. Uncle Bones says, good night. Donald Fuller. Brandy says, LBL has a fuck ton of weird shit happening. Go there. Oh, yeah, there's a whole fuck ton of bullshit. I think going on there. They're trying to claim there's a bunch of goddamn dogmen out there. There's no evidence of that shit. There's none. None. Batman says, I'm going to bed. This is part of the problem by going in circles. Sweet dreams, y'all. Uncle Mom says, Batman, sweet dreams. Good night, Batmom. Mr. Lee says, Batman, sweet dreams. You can dream about my sexy body if you want to. Brandy says, happy belated birthday, Mr. Lee. Team Boy says, Brandy, I would absolutely go directly back to hell. I probably would stay there. I'm a different person. That doesn't bother me, Brandy, just saying. Brandy says, imagine from their end, Timmy. What if they did tell these guys and they went and something had bad happened to them? You better worry about the cryptids. Uncle Bone says, Lockbeard, yes, the footprint by the tree. Must have missed something here. There was a footprint by a tree? How old are you, Mr. Lee? Happy birthday, says Papa Craig. Mr. Lee says, I have a sexy body because I do keto for life, peeps, for your information. Team Boy says, I understand their view. That would be a great experience for me. All I'm saying, I would be all over it. Mr. Lee says, hit it for Lockbeard. Better do it, man. I imagine I'm going to get a bunch of thumbs up for this one, Mr. Lee. That's for damn sure. But whatever, I'll take it. Brandy says, if you all want to become actual investigators, make it happen. Start taking calls. Lockbeard can open his own legit BFRO. Oh, shit. BFRO. Synonymous with not legit, right? Papa Craig says, Mr. Lee, I have a sexy pot belly. Nana says so. Uncle Bone says, Brandy, if you know Lockbeard, he knows more. He has told. Elbow cough. Papa Craig says, not as sexy as mine. Brandy says, Uncle Bones, I used to think I knew Lockbeard. Or Brandy says, Uncle Bones, I used to think I knew Lockbeard. Papa Craig says, mine getting a flat tire, Mr. Lee, the 16.9 thing. Let's see, we got another. Well, I'm way behind you guys. Mr. Lee probably got that, it looks like. Team Boy says, Lockbeard is always Lockbeard. Mr. Lee says, I'm in a big London, man. I don't care what no one says about me. I'm just saying. Have a date. Uncle Bone says, Brandy, yes, I know my daughter, you were infatuated at one time. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, that is why I like you, because you push our truth. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Papa Craig says, did any of these people claim to be researchers? We were just going camping and maybe hoping to see one run across the road. Well, I didn't say researchers. I said investigation, but surely out of such a group, somebody would want to go and see the site, see if there was evidence, see if there were footprints or blood or some kind of DNA of something, you know. Um, I can wander around the woods all I want. If I don't run anything, I don't run anything. When the opportunity's there, if I get an opportunity, I go and see. I talked about one thing that I looked at a long time ago, and it turned out that it was mistaken identity. It was because people can't, it's hard for people to judge size and stuff, and sometimes people misjudge size. But I won't go into that again. But the reality is if you actually get a chance to go and check immediately, you have to go immediately because things change moment by moment. Evidence disappears fast. It just happened in that case when I went there. The thing that was seen was still there, and it was not what they thought it was. It was not what they thought it was because I was able to get there, immediately. But that's very, very rare, very, very rare, and unfortunately, that's the only thing we can do and hope for to try and find any kind of evidence. And Brandy says, Uncle Bones, he has my respect at times. Thank you, Brandy. Papa Craig says, Lockbeard and Donald must have pissed someone off at some point. She snapped, you guys aren't getting directions. Night, night. Good night, Papa Craig. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, I do never get pissed off with you. I will tell you when you getting on my nerves, though. Thank you, Mr. Lee. And we have the Authentic Happiness Show saying happy birthday to Mr. Lee. That would be Susie. Welcome to the chat. Patty Lindsay's here. She says, Lockbeard, can I say, an event has happened that would be the first step. Now, second step would be an investigation. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, an event happens. The sooner people get on site, the better. If I hadn't gotten on site immediately for that case, the creature involved would have been, gone. But luckily, it was still there, and it was, and I was able to see, and with one of the witnesses, that it was not what they thought they saw. So, and it just proves that even people that are very familiar with animals and nature and stuff like that can their perspective can be off when they're viewing something from a distance, especially, and they could be mistaken. Patty says, I know this must be hard on the ones who experience this, but don't drop the ball. It must be investigated. Tammy Boy agrees. Agree, Patty. Randy says, always good to see you, Uncle Bones. Good night, everyone. Can we all just remember these are people who have experienced something they still are working through. Have some compassion. Well, we're trying. We're trying to be diplomatic, but it ain't working so well. Certain things that people say to me, it kind of set me off. Mr. Lee says, Patty, you thinking like Lockbeard? Patty says, I'm a retired private investigator. The rule we follow is get it while it's hot. It's hot now. Yeah. Well, that's all. I mean, it's awesome. We have an actual private investigator here. I mean, I've never, been a private investigator, but I thought for sure I was on the right track with this. You get to the scene, of the crime immediately because things are changing. I don't know. I'm sure somebody could figure it out. Like 90% of the best evidence is maybe gone, and in an hour, you know, and then the rest of it, you know, it's just it could be exponential, you know, how fast it's disappearing. So you got to get there immediately if you can. Every moment counts. Every moment counts. Uncle Bone says, Lockbeard, if you walked to the light by the tree, there is footprints or not. Well, that's what I wish I could have known, you know, or somebody that was. I mean, of course, I'm 2 states away, so I couldn't have gone and seen. But if I was at that campground, I would be like, I need to go to this site now, because it was already the next day, right? I need to go to the site now. Every moment there could be animals scurrying around there destroying the prints. There could be rain destroying the prints. Every moment counts. I always got plaster of Paris in the back of this bitch. It's always there, and I haven't had an opportunity to use it. I haven't found anything that was worthy of casting. So, I mean, if I had, I didn't come because it was financially just I wasn't able to, without taking on some debt, and but if I had, I would be in this rig, and I would have casting material right there in the back, like I always do, and I would have insisted on going to that site immediately. I don't care how dangerous anybody thinks it is. Like, whatever. I would have gone. Michael Bone says, Brandy, yes, we have love for all involved. Yeah. We hope we're sorry they went through a difficult situation. Glad they've told the story, at least some of it. Michelle Lee says, did someone mention gold? I didn't see anyone mention gold, Mr. Lee. All right, Mr. Lee. Is Donald still at Donald Lee? The other day I was trying to say to him, like, we need to try and be diplomatic and try to be careful, and I probably just fucked that completely off tonight. Again, people saying, like we're going in circles, blah blah blah, whatever. No, I think this is good. We're just having to chalk this up to a learning experience for the future. People need to stop. Look, you got out of the woods. You're alive. Tell the story and get people to the site immediately to collect evidence. Otherwise, it's going to be gone. This whole idea of people unilaterally deciding that, nobody's supposed to be there. This is knowledge for all of humanity. If this discovery is made of the Sasquatch or any other kind of entity, it's a big deal. And when we got one or two or a few individuals deciding for all of humanity that you can't have this information, I'm a person that's a crime against humanity to me. You're holding all of humanity back because you decided that they shouldn't have it. Somehow you're God, and we can all fuck off. That kind of that pisses me off. Here we are with this tremendous capacity, this great intellect to to grow and expand and become better and more knowledgeable and figure out the universe. And we've got people actively holding us back. And people are wonder, acting like I'm the asshole here because I have a problem with that. Patty says, I've been listening to your show tonight. I understand the trauma they went through. Please hand this off to others to carry through for you, Lockbeard. You are on the right track. Thank you. Thank you, Patty. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, what is tomorrow's show about? It's probably going to be 2 hours solid of people bitching at me, Mr. Lee. Timmy Boy says, Lockbeard, you good, brother. Thank you, Timmy Boy. Mr. Lee says, I will find Sasquatch just saying. Mr. Lee, we heard it here. Mr. Lee is going to find Sasquatch. I'm still Mr. Lee's second favorite, it looks like. That's okay. I'll take it, Mr. Lee. Yep. All right. We've been on here for 4.5 hours with this shit. It's shit, it's after midnight here. Tim Boy says I wouldn't, Lockbeard. You wouldn't what? Sure. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Mr. Lee says, hit it, knuckleheads. Hit it, knuckleheads.
Be sure to subscribe to my channel if you haven't already, because subscribing makes you feel
good. Tim Boy says I wouldn't take second from Mr. Lee. Oh. Don't be the mistress. I hear you. All right. Thank y'all for coming. And I guess I'll see some of you tomorrow night. What few people are not pissed at me now. For LOCKBEARD Phenomena, 6 p.m. Central Time. Good night.